morning. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, staff. Good morning to the listening audience. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation meeting for May 24th, 2022 is hereby called to order. Good morning once again to everyone. Good morning. This is the Committee on Sports, Park, and Recreation. Before we get started on the business at hand, please allow me to first offer my congratulations to all of the 2022 graduates of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Congratulations, you did it. Quiero primero comenzar por desearles felicidades a toda la clase graduada de 2022. Muchas felicidades, lo lograron. Your hard work has brought you one step closer to your goals. I know these past few years have been very challenging and difficult for many of our students, their parents, teachers, and I am so proud that all of you graduated and persevered. Consistency, but it really speaks about also the resilience of our people. I must also offer congratulations to the graduate of my alma mater, St. Croix Central High School, to include my daughter, Genesis Carrion, who graduated in the top 25 of her class. Words can't really express how proud I am of you, Genesis. I love you and continue to do the great work. I must also take the time this morning to thank the faculty, staff, and everyone in our schools for their effort throughout the year. I know how difficult conditions have been, and I am truly grateful for all that you do and continue to do for the children of this territory. I also, before we begin, want to acknowledge and recognize last week was both EMS and Police Week. I want to thank all our emergency medical service workers, and also thank everyone from the Virgin Islands Police Department, all our officers for their continued contribution to our community, ensuring that we are safe. So I want to thank each and every one of you for that continued support and work you continue to do on behalf of our territory. Let us also keep in mind that May is Older American Month, and I want to encourage all of us to honor and cherish our elders within our community and honor them while we still have them here with us. We always hear the saying, it's always better to give the roses when they're alive and they can still smell them and enjoy them. So please take out some time and do something special for the seniors in our community. And also, this week is Mother's Day week, so last week was Mother's Week. This whole month we're celebrating Mother's Day in Latin America. A lot of our communities celebrate at the last Sunday of the month, and in the United States it's celebrated at the beginning Sunday of the month. So, felicidades a todas las madres. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Last night, I had the opportunity to sit in and watch the championship game for the St. Croix Government Games. And wow, what a game for St. Croix. Shout out to Senator Johnson, who was one of the umpires, working hard. He was working overtime. But what a game. The excitement last night was incredible. Shout out to the Department of Education and the Fire Division and Fire One. So congratulations to the men and women of the Fire Service Department for a great game. It was full of excitement. Community came out. They had great support. So it was a great time seeing our community come together. So today, the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation will hear testimony on the status of the drag racing and horse racing in the territory. Both sports are widely recognized as important recreational activities, as well as economic drivers here in the Virgin Islands. These sports offer positive activities for our young people and also provide an opportunity for them to explore various career paths. So I am glad that we have this opportunity today to be able to get a status update on these two sports industries within our territory. Unfortunately, it is very unfortunate that several of those that have been invited to testify are unable to be here today. We've made some arrangements for some of them to connect virtually. Others have presented excuse letters, but I must reiterate that the 34 legislature and this committee in particular is dedicated to support to support and reestablish of boat, horse, and drag racing within the Virgin Islands. So we are committed to do anything that we can to continue to support these two sports within our community. That said, we will invite all the parties back before the committee, and we will also anticipate a significant progress that has been made when we hear from them. It is time that we get some concrete information as to when both horse racing, and car racing enthusiasts can expect to be able to participate of these activities once again in the Virgin Islands. So we're looking forward. Now, let's get to business. Madam Clerk, can you please do roll call?
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, present. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, present. Senator Stephen D. Payne. Senator Stephen D. Payne, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion, present. Mr. Chair, we have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
May 24th, 2022. Honorable Samuel Carrion, 34th Legislature, Chairman, Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Greetings, Senator Carrion. Please note for the records, I will be tardy to the scheduled Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation for Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 34th Legislature, Member, Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation. May 24th, 2022. Honorable Samuel Carrion, Chairman, Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Mr. Chairman, I will be late in attending the hearing for the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation scheduled for this morning due to an engagement that was scheduled earlier. Please note, however, that I will be in attendance as soon as possible. Any inconvenience caused is highly regrettable. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Senator Javon E. James Sr., 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
That concludes the correspondence for today.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please mark Senator Alma Francis Heiliger as excused and Senator Javon James Sr. as excused. You may proceed and read today's agenda into the record.
Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Agenda. Fritz E. Lowett's Conference Room, St. Croix. Tuesday, May 24th, 2022, 10 a.m. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation has scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. on Tuesday, May 24th, 2022, in the Fritz E. Lowett's Legislative Conference Room on the island of St. Croix. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The committee will receive an update from the Caribbean Drag Racing Association relative to St. Croix Drag Racing Track. Invited testifiers, Arthur Hector, President, Caribbean Drag Racing Association, Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Lunch, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Block 2, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. The committee will hear from key stakeholders regarding the state of the Virgin Islands horse racing industry, including but not limited to the franchise and development agreements from the Randall Doc James Racetrack and the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. Invited testifiers, Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Robert E. Huckabee III, President and CEO, Southland Gaming of the Virgin Islands, Inc. Andrew Dubike, CFO, Managing Partner, VIGL Operations, LLC. Jason Williams, General Manager, Racing Operations, VIGL Operations LLC. Hugo Hodge, Chairman, VI Horse Racing Commission. Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Clinton Hendrington, President, St. Thomas Horsemen Association. That's the end of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We shall begin this morning with Block 1. Good morning once again to my colleagues and members of this committee. Thank you for taking the time to be present. It is very important. A committee hearing today as we hear updates. And this morning we'll be hearing update from the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, Inc. We all know drag racing has been present in the Virgin Islands for decades. After undergoing extensive rehabilitation due to being heavily damaged by hurricanes in 2017, it is expected to reopen later this year. We will hear testimony from members, representative from the Caribbean Drag Racing Association about how over millions of dollars have been allocated for repairs and expansion to the facility under his leadership, with support from collaborative efforts between the legislative, the executive branch, and also corporate citizens in our community who have donated to make this possible. CDR will take drag racing to a new level from conversations we have had with Mr. Arthur Hector, who is the president of the association, and we recognize that this has not been without challenges. They have had challenges along the way, but I can attest that the progress has been made. I had the opportunity to go out and just last week and see the progress that they have made thus far. I was able to visit the facility last year and see the conditions it was in. So we are seeing some progress at the facility. So we'll be hearing report from them. So I'm very optimistic about this meeting today because many of the people will have an opportunity to hear what is happening and also have an idea of what the timeline for the completion and when we'll be able to see and have drag racing once again. Good morning to the testifier, Mr. Jones. Good morning. I understand you are representing the president, Mr. Hector, this morning, and you are from the Caribbean Drag Racing Association.
That is correct, yes.
What's your role?
I am the vice president.
Vice president. Good morning. I think we also have some other testifiers connected virtually. Let's do a mic check. This morning we have virtually Commissioner Calvert White. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Senator.
Good.
Am I coming in loud and clear?
You're coming loud and clear. Very well. So we'll start with Mr. Larry Jones, Vice President of the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, Inc. You may proceed with your testimony, sir.
Carry on. Chairman of the 34th Legislative Committee.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
bring the mic a little bit closer to you.
Closer?
Yeah, there you are. Okay.
Is that okay?
Start again. That sounds
Start
much
again?
better.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Senator Samuel Carrion, Chairman of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, other committee members, non-committee members, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Larry Jones, Vice President of the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, Incorporated. I will be testifying here today on behalf of the President, Arthur S. Hector, Sr. I have been serving in this capacity since January 23rd, 2018. The association is composed of 9 members, board of directors, which includes members from St. Croix and St. Thomas districts. Attorney Natalie Nelson, who is a lover of the sport, has also volunteered her time as our legal counsel. The Caribbean Drag Racing Association is a nonprofit organization with a 501c3 status and in good standing with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. The organization initially received $500,000 through Act 8288, sponsored by Senator Noble L. Francis Jr. and Senator Javin James, supported by members of the 33rd Legislature and signed by Governor Albert Bryant. As a result, $470,387 went to VI Paving to repair the surface of the drag strip, which was severely damaged. $25,000 went to St. Croix Foundation for administrative fees, who are our third-part fiduciary at the time. A total of $495,387 was spent between VI Paving and St. Croix Foundation. The remaining $4,613 was spent in grass cutting and maintenance of the facility grounds. The association requested an additional $675,500 through the Office of the Governor to get the track fully repaired and completed. The repairs included security walls for the drag strip, $300,000. Drag strip wedge and leveling, $100,000. Return road, $164,000. Internal fencing, $40,000. Concession interior, $30,000. Timing tower repairs, $20,000. Restroom repairs, $18,000. Security camera systems, $3,500. All of these repairs are critical for the safe opening of the facility. The association received a total of $675,500 and a check in the amount of $337,750 from the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation through Act 8449, sponsored by Senator Kirk A. Belay, Senator Javin K. Sarawa, and Senator Samuel Carrion, supported by the members of the 34th Legislature and signed by Governor Albert Bryan. To date, the association has written checks to the following companies for work being done in the following amounts: Vivo Equipment Corporation, $127,710. AJ Fencing, $31,500. VI Paving, $27,233.40. Of the $337,750 received, the association has expended $186,443.40, with a remaining balance of $151,306.60. The association has requested the release of the remaining $337,750 so that all of the vendors and contractors can be paid in full and timely upon the completion of their respective work. On Monday, May 16th, 2022, the president of the association received a call from Commissioner Calvert White indicating that the check for the balance of the fund had arrived. On Friday, May 20th, 2022, the check in the amount of $337,750 was deposited into the account of the association. With the balance of the funding received, the association can now fully complete all of the necessary repairs needed to get the facility up and running. Based on our current projections and timelines, we will anticipate the facility being completed and ready for open by September 1st, 2022. In closing, the association would like to thank this committee for giving us the opportunity to testify before you to give an update on where we are with the repairs to the drag facility. We would like to thank the help of the Honorable Albert Bryan for his commitment to the association and seeing it through by approving both Act 8288 in 2020 and Act 8449 in 2021. We would like to thank the 33rd and 34th legislation for their level of commitment to the association by passing Act 8288 and 8449. Never in the history of drag racing here in the Virgin Islands have we ever seen this level of financial commitment towards drag racing from a governor and the legislature. We would like to thank the Administrator Sanis for his continued assistance, support, and commitment and dedication. We would also like to thank Commissioner Calvert White for his steadfast commitment. We would like to thank Executive Director Carlton Dow of the Port Authority for his governing board and staff for their continuous support and commitment throughout this process. We also would like to thank VIGL, VI Industrial Service, Mr. James Bates of Bates Trucking, Napa Auto Parts, and our board of directors and members for their assistance, support, continued commitment, and dedication. Thank you for the opportunity to share this testimony. I look forward to responding to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for your testimony. Now we will proceed to Commissioner Calvert White. You may proceed with your testimony, Commissioner.
Good morning, Senator. Am I still coming in clear?
Yes, sir.
All right. Before I start, I also want to congratulate all of the 2022 high school graduates, especially especially my firstborn, who just graduated from CAHS last week, Friday. So congratulations to all the graduates. I also want to congratulate the Virgin Islands Fire Service for winning the governmental industrial softball league after being down for 2 years on both islands, in both districts. Those games, not just for the players, but for the fans that came out to the parks, it just gave them a sense of relief that we were able to come back outside and enjoy some sense of normalcy getting back to the park. So I want to congratulate Fire for winning the championship. They got their hands full because the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation won the championship in the St. Thomas St. John district and will be traveling to St. Croix in the near future to compete for the territorial championship. So I'm asking all of the other teams and fans that came to the ballparks to look out for those dates, because I know that's going to be a lot of fireworks because both agencies has great players. I personally want to thank Senator Johnson for giving his time, for coming out and assisting the department. We've had some, I don't want to say issues, we've had some struggles with our umpires this year. I am pleased and think that we are going to be able to rectify that situation with the Umpire Association on St. Croix. But until then, I personally want to thank the individuals that have been coming to the ballpark and volunteering their time. And again, Senator Johnson for giving his time to make sure that we had quality officiating for the championship game. I'll be remiss if I don't announce before I go into my testimony that I am inviting the entire Virgin Islands on June 4th. The Office of the Governor and the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation will be doing a parade in honor of our own, Virgin Islands' own, the 2022 Women's College Basketball National Championship and Most Valuable Player of the Year, Aaliyah Boston. And that parade is going to be starting at 11:30 from Emile Griffith Park, coming up the Waterfront Veterans Drive and ending on the promenade where we will have a ceremony in honor of Aaliyah Boston. I think what this young lady did this year was just extraordinary. She deserves all the praises that she's been getting and that she's about to get. And I think it's very important that not just this department and the Office of the Governor, but the entire territory come out and show their support and let this young lady know that we are proud of her and proud of all of her accomplishments. So that will be on June 4th. Parade starts at 11:30 at Emile Griffith Park. There's going to be several entries. We're going to have some of Aaliyah's former basketball teams, some people from her school, and we're going to have some guests coming down to have a ceremony for Aaliyah. So I'm inviting the entire territory to come out and support that event on June 4th. Good day, Honorable Chairman Samuel Carrion, Chairman of the Committee of Youth, Sports, Parks and Recreation of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. And I'm editing this a little bit because, as you know, Senator, I was sending in this testimony as I was going to be unavailable, but I was able to move my schedule around to attend. In 2020, the Caribbean Drag Racing Association received $500,000 in government funding to build a better, safer track. In addition to private sector support, this funding covered the cost of paving the main drag racing strip and the construction of ADA compliant beaches and the Judges Tower with a VIP section. Governor Albert Bryan Jr. signed Bill 34-0020, now Act 8449, appropriating $675,000 to complete the drag racing strip. In October 2021, through a notice of grant award, DSPR released half of the appropriation, $337,750. On December 9th, 2021, Governor Albert Bryan Jr. signed an agreement with the Renaissance Group Vice President of Engineering Energy, Mr. Zachariah. My computer just jumped. The donation of a 2.5-acre parcel of land by the Renaissance Group allows the CDRA to extend its strip and the drag racing facility and enhance additional safety measures. This month, the remaining $337,750 of the notice of grant award was released to the CDRA to complete the renovations of the drag racing site just east of the Henry E. Rolson Airport. DSPR serves as the fiduciary for the funding of the notice of grant for the CDRA. Restoration of the drag strip is not the responsibility of DSPR, it is the undertaking of the CDRA. We will continue to support and assist Mr. Arthur Hector whenever possible. The completed track will be a great benefit to the Virgin Islands. DSPR is interested in the CDRA Junior Drag Racing Program and has already started conversations with the CDRA concerning the collaboration of sponsorship for interested junior drivers. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation is looking forward to to the horse racing car track in the Virgin Islands and will support all efforts to see it come to fruition. Thank you, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. And this committee appreciates the fact that you've made arrangements to be present here today, so we thank you for that. We're going to begin with our line of questioning and allow our colleagues to answer questions. Ask their questions, I should say. We would provide 7 minutes to each. So let's start with Senator Carla Joseph. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to you as well as my colleagues, the listening and viewing audience, and our testifiers here. I just wanted to note that our graduates, our teachers, our faculty and staff of our schools did an awesome job with the graduation ceremony as well as the promotional ceremonies of our young people. When you can see the level of excitement, the level of hope, especially on the parents' faces as they see their children march across that stage, it is invigorating because it tells us that we still have a lot to look forward to from our young people, and they are still pressing on regardless of the challenges that they have encountered over the last 5 years, including this pandemic. I will begin my line of questioning with you, Commissioner White. I really want to commend you and offer my condolences first to you on the passing of your aunt, and also to congratulate you on your son's graduation. I was there and I saw that you was very proud to see your firstborn marching across that stage to receive his high school diploma. Kudos to you and kudos to your family. And of course, I again express my condolences. Now let's go to the drag racing here. I had a question relative to this donation of this property, the 2.5 acres. The property was donated to whom? To the government of the Virgin Islands?
That's correct, Senator. Government of the Virgin Islands, the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation is the department overseeing the parcel.
Okay, and you have a lease agreement with CDRA for this parcel of land for the drag race strip to use it?
We do not have a lease. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation still owns the property through the Department of Property and Procurement. there is no lease that I am aware of currently that's executed between Sports Park and Recreation or the government of the Virgin Islands and CDRA.
Okay, but they are going to be utilizing this 2.5 acres for the drag racing, correct? I was just
Correct.
I was just wondering if it would make business sense to have a lease in place since they are utilizing the facility, and whether or not that would be something that your department would consider. They are investing, they are actually taking on a lot of responsibility in getting this track ready for drag racings, which I applaud. Anything that we can do during the pandemic to get our people off the couches, out of their homes, using their protective gear is critical. You know, protective gear, PPEs, personal protective equipment, the mask, and the social distancing. So is that something you would contemplate, Commissioner?
No, absolutely, Senator. I don't think it's a matter of contemplated. I think there will be a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the CDRA. The land that I spoke of was gifted to the government, I think, some 2 to 3 months ago. So it's a fairly new acquirement of the government assets. The contract has not been completed yet, but I estimate once that is finished, there will be some type of MOU between
3 minutes.
Sports Park and Recreation, the GVI, and CDRA.
Okay, I hear that, and I know you are a man of action, and so you're going to assure that it gets moving and we get some traction on it, because they have really invested some time. Even though it's most of our government money, they have actually become project managers to get this done. And we would want to also have that in place so that we could see some residual dividends from any lease agreement with the government. I just also want to now turn and ask Mr. Jones.
Yes.
I thank you so much for being here. I think your organization is doing a fantastic job. I wanted to ask you, I understand from your testimony, you indicated in September of this year. Why September of this year you're going to start drag racing? Why not sooner, even in August?
Because of the repairs that are being done on the facility and the time frame that we need to complete them.
Okay, and you are assured with your contractors that time frame you're going to be able to meet. This has been confirmed with your contractors that you're going to look at based on the outstanding work that needs to be completed.
We do, yes. We're looking at, unless we run into an unforeseen situation where we have difficulty with something, we see it being done by then.
Okay, and so in anticipation of the opening of the drag racing on September 1st of this year, have you been doing any marketing relative to individuals who would be interested in competing at these drag races?
Yes, we have. We have spoken with racers in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, and Antigua, and
1 minute.
they're chomping at the bit, so to speak, to get their cars here.
Okay, that's wonderful to hear. Is there a entrance fee or that you would charge?
There will be, yes, but we haven't decided what that is yet. We were waiting until we get closer to the date of opening.
Okay, now I want to switch to your governance of your organization, because I take note of your letterhead, which I appreciate you putting there.
30
and
seconds.
I noted that you didn't have a secretary in place. How are you keeping your records?
Right now, Arthur Hector is keeping our records for us.
The president?
The president, yes.
Okay, that's what presidents do.
We've had some challenges keeping a secretary. We've had a couple, but we've had some challenges getting some, and we're still looking for one. So if you know of anybody.
Okay, well noted. And if I know of anyone, I would definitely send them your way. I noted your members could be from St. Thomas as well, St.
Yes.
Thomas, St. John District. I did
Time.
read your testimony. Mr. Chairman, may I wrap up, please?
Yes, you may wrap up.
Thank you kindly. Now, I also wanted to ask Switching back to the commissioner. Commissioner, has this organization, to your standard, met their requirements as far as sending in the proper documentation associated with spending down this money that the government has granted them?
Absolutely, Senator. That is one of the reasons I did not release the entire amount to the CDRA. I only released half and instructed them, once they submit all the invoices, documentation showing me that these invoices was paid, then I would go through the process of releasing the second half, which is what they did to our liking.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the additional time. I appreciate it.
You are welcome, Senator Joseph, for your line of questioning. And let's move on to Senator Payne. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Gracias. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to listen and viewing audience. I also would like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues by extending congratulations to each and every graduate. And I'm hopeful that those who leave the territory to further their education, whether at a university or a technical school, would see it fit to return home to the VI and bless our community with your newly acquired skills. Don't forget, when you further your education, be of the mindset of working for yourself and becoming your own boss. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You having a good day this week? This morning?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I
Okay,
am.
good. Let me start off with you. Do you have insurance for the track, and does the policy cover drivers and their vehicles as well as the patrons?
We have insurance, yes. Right now, we have a lease agreement insurance so that we can complete repairs on the track. Once the track is repaired, then the insurance company will come down and they'll conduct their own sightseeing of the track to make sure we comply with their standards.
Okay,
And
and-
then we'll have racing for the car racers.
Okay, and the insurance will cover the patrons and the cars?
That I do not know. It'll cover patrons. I don't know if it covers the cars.
Okay. Is your track going to be NHRA certified, or are you affiliated with any other drag racing entity?
Not as of yet. We need to have the facility finished before we can find out what their guidelines are, that we can meet them or not.
Okay, so you're building the facility according to which guidelines? If you're not already looking at the NHRA guidelines, what guidelines are you utilizing to design and complete the track?
I think the only real problem that we would have to be an NHRA track is the fact that the track is not wide enough. And where we are bound by the land lines, the property lines of where the track is located, that we can't go any wider.
Okay. And have you reached out to other drag racing entities in the mainland or the Caribbean to invite them to participate at your events?
Yes.
Excellent. Do you have adequate storage space for vehicles that travel from outside of the territory? Let's say if cars come from Puerto Rico or even the BVI or even St. Thomas, do you have adequate storage space where the owners can actually store their vehicles?
We have been talking to Sports Park and Recreation about using their facility and having cargo containers put on the facility to store the cars.
The facility, when you say sports and parks facility, you mean the track or another facility or another area?
Another area, we were trying to get it on Sports Park and Recreation's property next to the airport, so it's close by. But that hasn't been, none of that's been finalized yet until we get the track more completed, so we know what we're doing. and who
Okay,
we
so
can
what you're
invite
saying
down.
is, as it stands now, if you invite individuals from St. Thomas or the BVI or even Puerto Rico, there isn't a designated area for them to store their vehicles while their vehicles are on St. Croix.
Well, they can store them at the track inside the locked facility
And
while they're there, and then we'll obviously have to provide some kind of security for them to make sure nothing is tampered with.
but there isn't like a secure storage shed or anything.
No,
on the
not yet,
property-
no.
On the property, but you are working towards that goal.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and do you have designated workspaces in the pit with hydraulic lifts and air compressors for individuals who want to do on-the-spot repairs?
To do on-the-spot repairs, no, we do not. Not as of yet. That may be something further down the line. We're working with the funds that we have now just to get the facility up to code and running and working.
Okay, and as you know, as someone being into drag racing, just about every race, cars
3 minutes.
cars need to change certain parts. You may blow some head gasket or something that we need to change, and there isn't an area designated for vehicles where someone will need to change a clutch or change some type of part for the engine. There
Yes.
not that designated area that in your scope, and as you're building out the track, you haven't designated a specific area for instances of that. So what is a person supposed to do if they need to change a clutch, for example?
Okay, most of that work actually, because I am a racer, we do in the pits.
Right.
We do where the car is parked at in the pits, and we have some slabbed area and stuff where the people can jack their cars up if they need to get under and do a clutch or something. Yes.
Right, so you do have spots in the pits with concrete slabs and
Yes.
that
Yes, we
kind
do.
of stuff that'll be assigned to each car company or car owner and
well-
their team.
Right now, the spots that we would be utilizing would be up to, basically first come, first serve, but there is areas where, we racers work together. If somebody needs to fix something, we help. I have a trailer myself with a race car in it, and I carry my own compressor, I carry my own tools. I come prepared if the car does break that I can fix it and go back out racing.
Okay, and thank you very much. And as far as what's your capacity for the bleachers, and are your bleachers actually covered?
I say the
What's
question
the
again?
capacity space, the capacity size for the bleachers, for the spectators, and are the bleachers going to be covered?
We have the bleachers in place. They're finishing them up now. For this point, they won't be covered until we get the track open and we can get some more funds to be able to supply in order to put a roof on and things.
And what's the capacity for the bleachers? How many spectators are you? What's the capacity for the bleachers?
Past the bleachers,
1,000?
I would say probably be about 1,000 people.
1,000 people. Okay, and that's it. Those are additional bleachers that you ordered since the last
1 minute.
bleachers that you had.
Okay, repeat the question.
Those are the bleachers that you say you have now. Those are new bleachers that you ordered, or are they the same bleachers that were there in the past?
Yeah, they use some of the framing off the old bleachers and then replaced a lot of the seat rails and everything on them. And we have a second set of bleachers, a smaller set that they're putting over near the edge of the drag strip for like the racers and stuff. If they want to come up and sit, they can sit down in that little area to be able to ride the race cars.
Okay, and how does the association? How does the association plan to generate revenues
30
to sustain
seconds.
and maintain the track?
Okay, repeat the question.
How does the association plan to generate revenues to sustain and maintain the track?
By having spectators pay their way in. We're going to have the concession open to sell food and such. And then the racers, most of the money that comes from the racers, some of it will go towards the track, most of it will go for prize money.
Okay. I recently on Sunday I attended a meeting with Malik Shudairan and the guys who went to the set competitions.
Time.
And the guys for car shows. Mr. Chair, can I wrap up, please?
You may wrap up, Senator Payne.
Okay, and they had a request where they're looking to they need a place where they can actually go and tune their vehicles. Have you had any talks with anyone from any of those associations for utilizing the track, the parking area in the track, so these individuals can come and tune their sound systems before they set competitions as a means of generating revenues for the track?
All right, to my knowledge, no, we haven't, but we can discuss that and see if it works.
Okay, offline, I'll give you the...
Excuse me, Mr. Jones. While answering the questions, can you please make sure you speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, offline, I'll give you the contact information. She can reach out to them. You all can be having a conversation, okay?
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond to some of the senator's questions with your indulgence.
You may.
I have been having conversations with Mr. Hector about storage space. I think it's very important if we're going to invite other car racers from other islands or the mainland, it's going to be very, very important that we have some place for those people traveling who may not be from the Virgin Islands, that they have a secure place to store the cars. I heard the gentleman say the property by the airport. I would not suggest that property does not belong to Sports Park and Recreation. But in the conversations with Mr. Hector, we've already started talking about building storage units at the track itself. I think there's enough space there where units can be built, where individuals that travel from the mainland don't really need to leave the track with their vehicles. Obviously, the CDRA is going to have to install maybe cameras and higher security to make sure that these individuals' cars are secured and safe. But it's very, very important that there is a place designated. And sooner than later, because once the track open, I know individuals from the St. Thomas St. John district and the BVI are already ready to travel. Obviously, they're not going to take their cars back the same day. They're going to want to leave it overnight. That in itself is another form of revenue because individuals are going to have to pay to have their cars stored and stay there overnight. So I do hope that the CDRA, and great question, Senator Payne, is seriously considering whether it's container units that they place at the car track so that individuals can securely store their tracks. The other thing that you mentioned was the pits, if there's place for drivers to work on their vehicles. I'll give you my experience of when I traveled to Orlando Speedway drag strip, which was just about 3 months ago. It's like I don't even know what to call it. Each individual team comes with their own setup, whether it's their tents, where they have their pit crews that they work on their vehicles. I think I could see the same thing being done at the car track here, where individuals come, they set up their tents, where they'll be able to work on their cars when they're not racing. Like I said, I traveled to Orlando, and it was easy for me to recognize not just our own Virgin Island racer, but all the other racers, because each racer has a specific tents with their drag racing name on it so that it's easily identified. I've been in continuous communication with Mr. Lenroy Cameron. I hope that the CDRA reaches out to this young man for his expertise. He's currently racing on the Orlando circuit, and not just racing, but winning in Orlando. I am currently speaking with the Department of Tourism to see if we can have some type of ambassadorship with this young man where he outfits his vehicle with the Virgin Islands flag and race and represent the territory. But, you know, I not being an avid car racing fan, when I attended Orlando, it was just amazing to see all that goes into a drag racing strip. You talked about, you know, are they ready to open September? One of the other things that I talked to Mr. Cameron about was equipment for the track. You know, when I was there, it started to rain, and they brought out the John Deeres that was able to sweep the track. They even had a vehicle that had, what was it, flare and flame, that they was able to dry the track where racers were able to compete later on the day. So the CDRA have some additional things that they need to do to make this track ready and available to race. It's not just about opening the track, but they're going to need equipment, whether it's to sweep off the track. Obviously, if a car, God forbid, gets in an accident and there's an oil spill or something, that needs to be cleaned up, and there's specific material and equipment that is used to do that. And I'm not sure if the CDRA currently has that equipment on hand. So, like I said, I'm going to continue working with them. I'm trying to get Mr. Cameron on with the team because, like I said, he's currently racing in Orlando and he knows his stuff. But I think together we're going to be able to give the Virgin Islands a track that people are going to be happy and glad to come out and watch drag racing.
Thank you, Commissioner, for expounding on those topics that I think are crucial, very important. But we do have Mr. Jones here, and I guess he can speak to regards to equipments and what equipments you guys have available. But before you enter into that, I want to acknowledge the presence of non-committee member Senator Noel Francis. Thank you for being here this morning, Senator. And I want to acknowledge the presence of Senator Javon James, who had excused himself for being tardy. Please mark Senator Javon James present. Mr. Jones?
Yes. At present, right now, we don't have any equipment for cleaning the surface and the track. We're working right now on getting estimates and quotes for it, and then we were going to approach some of our people that have donated in the past and stuff, try to get money to get that equipment together.
Okay. In conversations with Mr. Hector, he did mention, so I have to reiterate what the commissioner said about having storage facilities right there, maybe some containers to be able to store some of the vehicles from our neighboring islands that want to come and participate. So I know he has that within the plans, and there's space there to be able to have these storage facilities, because like how the commissioner says, very difficult for to be transporting those vehicles back and forth. So I know in conversations with him, he did mention that. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Jones, will the organization have the ability to maintain the facility?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay. But you don't have currently the necessary equipment to do so.
No, that's what we're working
You're
towards.
working on.
Yes.
Okay. What about manpower?
Manpower?
Yeah.
Well, we have good manpower.
Okay.
We have a lot of people that come out and help, and they've given up a lot of time.
So the structure of the organization, is everyone volunteer? Do you have paid staff?
Right now, everyone is volunteer.
Everyone is volunteer.
Yes.
Okay. There's a point of inquiry by Senator Joseph. You recognize for a point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to raise a question regarding insurance. I know one of our members raised that question. Should something not good happen on the racetrack, and that's why I ask about the lease and the like, who would be legally liable for coverage of any accident? I know this is a good thing, but sometimes we go into good things with good intentions and then things happened really not good. It happened badly. Who would be the person culpable for insurance? Because you have a target date of September 1st to look at opening the track, but who would be culpable? Because I wasn't clear on what insurance we have and what type of insurance coverage for the drag racing track.
So I could answer that. Obviously, the CDRA is going to be operating on the track. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a period of time where the Port Authority kind of ceased and desist the CDRA from operating on the car track. And part of that reason was because their insurance had expired and lapsed. I can tell you, because I was pretty involved with assisting Mr. Hector in getting car racing insurance. It's not an easy task getting these vehicles and track insured. As a matter of fact, he had to call quite a few insurance companies before he was able to do that. The Port Authority, which I must mention, part of the property that the CDRA is on belongs to the Port Authority. And they were not willing to let them operate or continue construction unless that insurance was acquired. They have since acquired the insurance, and that's why they was given back access to the car track. But car racing insurance is not easy. I'm sure the people in the mainland, for obvious reasons, will tell you the same. But currently, and they'll have to tell you about their policy and what all it covers. But currently, they have insurance that was, in the eyes of the Port Authority, sufficient to allow them to get back access to use the contract.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Association has insurance at this time, right?
Yes, we do.
What's the amount that you're covered with your insurance?
I'm sorry?
The amount covered in insurance?
I don't have that information on me, but I think it was $1 million.
About $1 million. Are you aware, Commissioner?
I think the coverage is $1 million.
Okay. I didn't see that here in your report. I don't know if I missed it.
Okay. About the insurance?
Yes.
It wasn't in this.
Okay. And the cost of that?
I think currently we paid just over $5,000 for a 1 year or 6 month plan to get the track done. And once it's done, then we will get the policy once they come and inspect the track and make sure it is. And I think that plan was, we went through so many insurance companies. I'm trying to remember what they quoted us last. I have to get back with you on that. I have to check and find out what the dollar amount is that they were charging.
Okay. I also must agree with my colleagues, Commissioner, that I think it's important to have some sort of MOU or a lease agreement with the parcel of land that was gifted, passed over to the Department of Sports, Park, and Rec, because then that protects the government of any liability if anything happens in the future. So I must emphasize on the importance of that you should get your legal team working on that as soon as possible.
Yeah, I can guarantee you before there's any racing, there will be some type of MOU. I know they currently have, I don't know if it's a lease or MOU with Port Authority, but we will enter into an MOU with them for the new land that was acquired.
Good. And I must say, as sponsor of the legislation that has funded the project, I am pleased to see that we have a timeline. I love to see timelines. Most of the times we hear sometimes planning and reports without any timeline. So I'm glad to see that there's one in place, and we're looking forward to opening of the tracks. Hopefully we won't have any inconvenience or hindrance, because I know you guys face some challenges. Can you maybe talk a little bit about some of those challenges?
Yes, we faced some challenges with getting, like Commissioner White was speaking, with the insurance. We went high and low. The insurance companies that we had, when it lapsed, decided not to write policies in the Virgin Islands anymore. They moved out after the hurricane. So then they let us run out our policy, and when it ran out, they said they weren't going to renew. So then we made several calls to multiple companies here in the Virgin Islands and in the States. And it took us, I think, just over a year to find a company that would write for us. But now that we have, with the help of, believe it or not, Port Authority, they came in and they said, hey, call these people. We've worked with them before. We called them and we were able to secure insurance.
Good. I also have to mention, like you say in your testimony, other colleagues like Senator Viale and Senator Sarro, who also were the main sponsors of the bill that was mentioned, which is now an act that provided additional funding. And our colleague, non-committee member, Senator Francis, in the 33rd legislature. So it's great to see when we're able to collaborate, and you have two legislatures that were able to collaborate to make this possible. I thank you also for acknowledging this body's commitment to drag racing. It's something that I personally strongly support, given the need for more positive outlets for our young people. We constantly say it, that we need more positive outlets for our young people, and prevention is the key. When we were able to engage our young people in activities that interest them, like drag racing, it helps to keep them focused and expose them also to other type of careers, opportunities, like those young people that like the area of mechanics, some like the area of maybe painting vehicles. So it really gives them the opportunity to come close and be able to get involved. I'm truly excited to see how our young people will get involved in this sport, and I look forward to hearing some more information and some questions that I would ask in my line of questioning. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for a point of information.
Yes, my point of information. I know it's an election year and everybody's looking for credit, but I'm not here for credit. But truth be told, it started with Governor Bryan, Carl Knight, myself. At the time, the Senate President was Senator Noel Francis, who engaged in this conversation from the very beginning. A lot of hard work was put into this with Governor Bryan, myself, and the Chief of Staff, Carl Knight, and Administrator Samuel Sanes. So don't left out my name. Thank you.
You're recognized, Senator. You and many others in the 34th began this process. In the 33rd, that's what I meant. Began this process in the 33rd and continue now in the 34th. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Mr. Chair, congratulations to you on the graduation of your daughter. Commissioner, congratulations to you on the graduation of your son, and to all the graduates and the parents and the Department of Education. Also, the month of May is Stroke Awareness Month also. So I'd like to make sure people be aware of that. You know, drag racing, I support 100%, definitely. But what I'm hearing is a little perplexing to me in regards of liability issues, in regards of who has the responsibility, because now it's sports parks and Port Authority that owns the property that we are speaking of, Commissioner?
Senator, the contract is on Port Authority's land. The additional land that was acquired belongs to the GVI, and Sports Park and Recreation would manage that. We're talking about the return lane. That was additional land that was covered. But the actual track itself currently has insurance for it. I think it's as simple as the CDRA calling the insurer and saying, listen, there's some additional land that was acquired, and we want to add that land also to the policy to cover the drag racers while they're racing. But the land that we acquired is just a return road. Obviously, something can happen on the return road, but it's the return road so that the cars don't have to come back down on the track.
Right, right. I've been on the track, so I know exactly how it is. You know, it still poses two different departments and stuff. And so, you know, I could see some liability issues also. Now, for the city, I think it's Mr. Jones. Now, do you have the entrance road and the parking area and all of that? Is that covered in the monies that you have in terms of repairing and making proper parking and everything for spectators who come to take part?
Yes, it does.
Okay, good. Because I remember how that was. Now, in regards to the wall, there's a wall that's being put up. The wall is supposed to go between the track and the bleachers.
Yeah, the barrier walls that we're putting up will go down both sides of the track.
Okay, how high are those walls?
I want to say, if I remember correctly, 3 feet, 36 inches.
Okay. So those cars at that speed will jump those walls. If they jump the wall, how far back would the bleachers be from the track? Now with adding the return road.
I don't know the exact measurement, but I would have to say it would probably be 50 to 75 feet from the track.
Okay. Okay, good. The lighting for the track and everything, all of that in place?
Most of it is in place. We still have some more lighting that is going up.
Okay. Now, Commissioner White, for your portion of it, do you have a project manager working on with the CDRA?
Yeah, you're talking to him.
You're the part. Okay, good. Hey, who else better on the top? I agree.
2 minutes.
Okay, now for what was asked was the standard for what is NHRA, and we understand width and everything. What would be the length of the drag strip? The drag strip
is going to be a little over a half-mile long. You'll have a quarter mile of race area and then a little over a quarter mile of shutdown area, followed by a sand pit.
Okay, good. The sand pit would be about how wide?
Sand pit's going to be the width of the track, so roughly, I want to say it was 45 feet.
Okay. Okay, now would the standards for drag racing be where the individuals have to wear fire suits and everything who are the drivers?
Correct.
Are we keeping that standard, or will it just as we go?
The standards are based upon the speed of the car, that it runs in the quarter mile or in the eighth mile, will determine the safety gear that's required.
Okay, has there been any conversations with, I guess, with the hospitals, the EMS in regards to having ambulances for the tracks and then also fire trucks or vehicles with flame retardants or different chemicals like that. Is there any agreements being put in place as yet?
To my knowledge, no, not as yet, but it is something that we're looking into.
Okay, it is. Okay, good. Now, also for on the track, will there be a area for chemical storage, like what they use for when they do burnouts and stuff, those chemicals that are used for burnouts? Will you have a storage area for that, or each driver, I guess, brings their own?
I'm not understanding the question.
I know there's a chemical that they use on a track where you would pour it on and then they do a burnout in it. Is that a chemical that the track would store, or each individual walk with their own?
Oh, that is a chemical that the track will store.
Okay, so is there a special facility being built for those type of chemicals?
Not to my knowledge, but I can find out.
Okay, so should there be one for those type of chemicals?
Well, the chemical comes in a 55-gallon drum, so it would be stored. It'll be locked up and stored. I just don't know where we're going to put it yet.
Okay. Now, also now for Commissioner White, your property is where the return road is, and would it encompass where the bleachers are?
The return road is actually on the opposite side of the bleachers. Please keep in mind, Senator, that the bleachers would be at the beginning of the drag strip.
Time.
In my experience, at the speed that these cars are going at, the majority of the accidents or mishaps happen a little farther down the car track, but the bleachers are basically to the beginning where the racers will be taking off. But they're considerably behind the wall. Obviously, at XX speeds, a car can climb a wall if it really wants to, depending on, wind get underneath it and whatnot. But I have confidence that the wall that these guys are putting up is safety measures to stop these vehicles from getting off and outside of the racetrack.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may, just a final question would be, is the configuration of how I have been on the track before, is the configuration going to remain the same? Is what you're telling me, Commissioner?
When you say explain configuration,
well, I remember how, like you said, where the bleachers were near the beginning. So the return road would be on the following side.
Correct.
The opposite side. Okay, so
correct.
Where Mr. Jones mentioned about the width of the track being right up, the return road would be to the end of the property. Is how it might putting it in my head.
Is the question for me or Mr. Jones?
Oh, sorry.
Well, basically for you, and like I said, this is just the final question. I'm trying to picture it in my mind. Mr. Jones mentioned earlier that the track was, because of NHRA, they have a certain width. So they may not be able to get to that standard because of how the property is right up to the end of the line. Would that return road be to the end of the property?
Yeah, yes, it would be. So in the future, remember going down the car track, vehicles had to come back down the same car track to get back to the beginning. The pit, and again, I'm not a car racer. The pit, I am assuming, is if a vehicle, loses its brakes, can't stop in time, that sand pit is there as an extra precautionary measure for the vehicles to now stop. The return road would be to the end of the racetrack where cars and vehicles would be able to return back to the beginning of the track.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you for that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraff. Thank you for your line of questioning. Now we will move to Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I definitely would like to start off by extending my condolence to Commissioner and his family. Make sure you give 6 of some, half of the next, my condolence. And I also want to congratulate you and your team for the awesome job you did with the league, and definitely want to be a part of bridging that gap with the Umpire Association, something that I think there's an easy fix to make sure that next year I don't have to come to the game and have to umpire. But it definitely was a pleasure to help out. I couldn't come to the game and see that there wasn't going to be any game. That was kind of saddening to me. And then coming back out last night, I haven't done 10 innings in a while, so that was a spectacular game, 10 innings of real good softball. Definitely want to extend congratulations to all the graduates, but not just the graduates, but to those who have their promotional exercise, which today I think Lou Muckle, Juanita Gardine, and some other school is having their promotional exercise. And those parents too are proud and should be congratulated for making sure that their children reach to that next step. I am not a drag racer. I'm a vivid fan. And I listen to the questioning and line of questioning, and I would like to try and help my colleague in St. Thomas, DeGraff. He stepped out their chambers. But what's happening with the property, once he said he'd been on the track before, the return road is actually to the east of the drag strip. So I understand what he's trying to ask, if the drag strip is pretty much to the boundary line. The boundary line is expanded with the land that was donated, which will be to the east of the strip. The drag strip runs pretty much from north to south, and to the east is the property, the new property that was acquired, which is a very big help to the Drag Racing Association, and I sure hope that we can do the best out of it. One of the questions I wanted to ask in the line with the width of the track.
Yes.
What would be the requirement width that we would need to expand the strip in order for it to meet those standards?
My understanding is NHRA standard is 60 feet wide.
And we are now 45?
There were 45, yes.
So we need an next 15 feet.
Yeah, the thing is that you run into waste management at the end of the track, and it brings the property down like this.
Okay.
That's where the rub is. It's because waste management is using that section of
That
road there
section
where
on
the
the
trucks
right.
go for the dump.
Yeah.
So it takes the track and it goes from this to this.
Okay. And now you have a expectation date of September.
Yes.
And I think is that a realistic date, or?
I believe so, yes, I do. Our
And-
contractors are working hard, and they're getting out there and getting things done, so stuff's really moving along.
I've been there 1 or 2 times, and I've seen some real great improvement of the track of the facility, and I can see that car racing going to be at its top of its game. And I listened to the discussion here, and most of the cars that came in the past from the Caribbean island, they came in containers.
Yes.
So the cars was normally stored in the containers. Do you guys have any interest of trying to purchase additional containers for those that couldn't afford containers to store the car? Because a lot of times, once this thing starts, it's going to be on fire.
It is, and yes, we're looking into that. We've already been pricing out some containers and stuff to try to find some reasonable ones that we can purchase so we have car storage.
All right. And if you do see the September date, what's your anticipated date for your first car race?
It's Labor Day.
Labor Day.
Labor
Wow.
Day.
That would be quite interesting. I sure hope that you can get that accomplished. How many members are in the association? Do you have a number?
Oh, right now we have currently 9.
9 members?
Yes.
And you,
We're the board members.
in the line of questioning, we was asking about your maintenance of the track. Do you have tentative agreement with contractors to maintain it, cutting the lawn, cleaning the track, different things like that? Do you have any tentative?
We do. We have somebody that we've been using that's been doing the facility for us, mowing it and everything and cleaning it off, and we'll continue to use them.
And that you've been getting reasonable rates that you think you'll be able to maintain that person and have them to complete maintenance of the track?
Yes.
My biggest question to you is that insurance. And if I understand it right, the insurance that you have right now it's pretty much for construction. Is it fair to say that?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I got an update on that because Hector texted me while we're sitting here.
Can you give me a
He
link?
says let's see, the insurance that we have will cover all the incidents on the track. It's $2 million, and it's a one-year plan that we have with them.
And that insurance will cover you for racing?
No, the current insurance we have will covers for getting the construction done. Once the construction's done, the insurance company inspects it, then we have the racing track, or we have the racing policy.
But that insurance you have not acquired yet, and you don't have figures at what it's going to cost and the amount at this time.
I believe we have a cost estimate on it. I don't have it in front of me. The thing is that in order for the insurance company, the way they worded it to us, to give us car racing insurance, the facility has to be done. They have to see that all your safety measures are intact and everything's ready.
In other words, they have to come and inspect it and make sure you're at standard and make sure that all the safety requirements are in place.
Correct.
Based on that, do you have any idea what in the past they have paid for insurance?
In the past, it's usually between $5,000 and $6,000 a year.
And that would insure spectators
Yes.
and pretty much the drivers?
Yes.
All right. And now with the facility, I heard you spoke about you're putting in a bleacher. Do you guys have any idea of what the cost would be for the roof for that bleacher at this time?
No, at this time, no.
Because without that roof, most of the drag racing happen at night. Starts in the day, but lower part of the day, in
Right.
the afternoon time, so it might not be bad. But your races will be nothing if you don't have that bleachers, especially if you want to do drag racing more in the daytime.
Right, and we've spoke about that, about getting the cover over the bleachers, but our primary concern is getting the track back opened, and then once we start generating money, going ahead and looking at getting the roofing done for the bleachers.
And some of the line of questioning, you didn't have some of the figures I've anticipated prices for entrance to the track?
No, we haven't as of yet. We haven't sat down on the board and started talking about that. We've already had the discussion about that. We're going to charge. We're just figuring out what we need to charge in order to make sure that the facility can maintain itself.
Right, thank you very much. I'll really reserve the rest of my time for next year. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your line of questioning, which I think it's crucial to find out some of those details that you're asking about. Now, you said, let me ask you, Mr. Jones, you mentioned that the width of the track as you reach to the end,
Right.
it's smaller.
Yes. Waste management is there. So waste management, the where the track goes, you have Renaissance on this side, which we can't do anything with.
Renaissance is
property.
to the east.
East.
Okay.
And then what it does is as the road comes down, waste management, their road comes over, so it gets narrower at the end.
All right. And have you had conversations maybe with Waste Management to try to get into some MOU maybe to be able to expand or?
We did. We sat down and had a meeting with them one time, but the problem we have right now is we can't encroach on that road because that's the road they're using for the
There's a
trucks
road.
to drive on, to get in and out. So we can't take that space to put track.
Understood. Thank you. We'll now move on to Senator James. You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for the time. I just want to quickly say congratulations to the Lumokol Elementary School graduates, the Purby Larson Elementary School graduates, and the Ricardo Richards Elementary School. I am a Dolphin. I'm a proud product of the Purby Larson Elementary School. I wish I was there, but I have to be on the floor. And I just want to say my sincere condolences to the Figueroa family, Miss Gail Figueroa, who works in the office of Senator Javon James, is burying her grandmother today, which caused me to be tardy for today's hearing. And Miss Figueroa, who passed away, just so happened to be the grandmother of my daughter. So once again, my sincere condolences to the Figueroa family. It's election time, my son. Yes, time to take credit. But anyway, President Arthur Hector met with the office of Senator Javon James on July 23, 2019. when I was the chair of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation. One thing about me, I'm a fair person, and sometimes it gets me in trouble because I talk the truth, but we don't talk the truth today. That was when our legislature building was in Christiansted Town across from Government House. Mr. Hector gave me the proposal for the funding of the car truck, and from there I reached out to Mr. Carl Knight of Government House at the Veterans Day Parade in Frederiksted. I can never forget, Mr. Arthur Hector and I reached out to Mr. Carl Knight, and he said, don't worry. And from there was a series of meetings in my office when I was the chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation. At the time, Senator Francis was the Senate President. We had a series of meetings with the Department of Public Works, the Renaissance Group for the acquisition of the land, Director Carlton Dow to negotiate the leasing agreement, and with Government House. I want to say a special thank you to President Arthur Hector, Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Chief of Staff Carl Knight, the Office of Senator Javon James in the 33rd, not the 34th, the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Administrator Samuel Sanis, Commissioner Carver White, Director Carlton Dow, and VIGL, yes, VIGL, for their contribution of $100,000 to the car truck. Some people don't know about that because it wasn't there. But I could tell you because we initiated that. But my question is to the CDARA team, how much would it cost to maintain the facility? Have you done an assessment thus far to find out how much it would cost annually to maintain the facility?
We do, but I don't have that number with me.
Through the chair, I'd like to request that document. And not just that document, but a document that speaks to a maintenance plan, a breakdown of how much it's going to cost annually to maintain this facility. Reason for, I just want to make sure that it's self-sustaining, and every minute you're not going to be coming to the government of the Virgin Islands and saying, listen, we need more money. That's not how it works.
Agreed.
They should be running as a for-profit. Is that for-profit or non-profit?
Non-profit. We're non-for-profit.
So it's a non-profit, so I stand corrected. But even though it's a non-profit, you still want to get the revenues.
Yes, we still want to get the revenue, yes.
Okay, please. And as you know, with a non-profit, we have big organizations in the Virgin Islands who are getting tax breaks.
Yes?
So if you're registered, I think it's a 501c3.
Yes.
You can be able to reach out to those big companies and have them contribute to the car truck. Easy tax write-off.
Yes, we have.
All right. Self-sustaining. Now, one of the things that we mentioned in Government House, when we had the initial meeting, we had a presentation of Arthur Hector, and I wish he was here. In that meeting, I think Bobo Bates was there as well. Kevin Allen was there as well. He works for the Office of Senator Francis, and several others, my office as well. We had a great presentation in Government House. And one of the concerns that we discussed in Government House was Title 32, Chapter 12, Section 231, that speaks to the Automobile Racing Commission. Have you had opportunity to review that section of the code?
I have not.
So, unfortunately, you do not know, but President Arthur Hector knows about it. And one of the concerns we had is in the Virgin Islands Code, it speaks to two different commissions, the St. Croix Automobile Racing Commission and the St. Thomas St. John Automobile Racing Commission. And it speaks to the regulations and policies that must be put in place to regulate car racing to make sure that it's not the wild, wild west down there. So I'm kindly asking you, even though you're not aware, look into it. I can print it out and give it to you, but Arthur Hector is aware of it.
Okay.
Because some of the things that are mentioned in the Virgin Islands Code, it says, each commission shall have the powers, duties, and authority as are prescribed by law. No member of a commission who has any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in any automobile registered for participation in automobile races in the Virgin Islands may participate in any meeting, hearing, decision, or determination in relation to the order of finish of any race, the disqualification of any automobile participating in a race, the granting, denial, suspension, or revocation of any license, the imposition of any administrative penalties or sanctions. And it goes on to say how we regulate racing in the Virgin Islands. I have no questions, no ifs or buts about you guys being able to move forward with this project. I'm not going to ask no bag of questions. Because I know at the end of the day, Executive Director Carlton Dow, whether you like him or not, he crosses his T's and dots his I's.
Yes,
and that's the reason why you guys were off the track for a while, right?
Yes,
all right,
that's correct.
Under another slack administration, they would have let these guys go in there with no insurance and just do what they want. So I have faith that Carlton Dow is going to do what he has to do. So I'm not going to ask you a bag of questions. I just want to make sure moving forward that is a self-sustaining entity, so the government of the Virgin Islands can use their monies for other things.
Yes, and yes, we will.
Understood. So last but not least, I just want to say, when it comes to Title 32, Chapter 12, Section 231, it also speaks to rules and policies that must be put into place. Now, I'm not saying this to put a damper or to hinder racing, but I just want to make sure that it's structured and it's fair and partial for everyone who's involved that way. There is no favoritism. But until then, I'm waiting for Labor Day race, and I will be there for the ribbon cutting ceremony because by the sweat of thy brows, we will get the fruit of our labors. And I want to say thank you to the members of the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and of course, the good finance chair. The governor at that time was going to submit legislation from the Community Facilities Trust Fund that was passed in the 34th legislature that passed the money for the additional funding. The governor sent it down, but unfortunately, we submitted it, and when I say we, the finance chair submitted it before him and preempted the governor. But it was really the product of the administration and the 33rd legislature. And in all fairness, we have to give credit where credit is due. Even
Senator,
though
your
the
time has been called.
Can I wrap up like you gave the other senators time?
You can request like other senators have.
Thank you for the time, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for being so fair today.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator.
Good day. Thank you, Senator James, for your line of questioning. We will continue in today's hearing. It's great to have the community hear what's happening and know the work that CDRA is doing. That's the purpose what we're here today, because sometimes we might know because we visit the site, but a lot of people in our community might not be aware. I'll enter into my line of questioning this morning, and I would like you to share a little bit more about the junior drag racing, and we have Commissioner White on the line. So Commissioner White, then between you, Mr. Jones, and Commissioner White can talk a little bit about that junior drag racing program. I think it's called the Dragsters, right? We had it before.
Yes. I would have to confer more with Hector on the junior dragsters. That's something new that's come in that I wasn't in on.
Okay.
I was working more primarily with the track, but I look forward to it. We had the junior dragsters in the States, and it was very great for the youth. It's good to see young children out there getting an opportunity to race, and then they can grow up and they can progress and become from junior racers to race car racers. And I think it's a fabulous thing. They learn a lot about mechanics. They learn a lot about, aerodynamics. I mean, it's fabulous.
Right, and do we have, what's the age range and eligibility for our young people to be able to participate?
Does Mr. White know? Hang on a second, and I'll find out.
Commissioner White, can you talk to us a little bit about the program then? What you envision from Sports Park area? What do you envision? What the age range? What this program will look like?
Absolutely. I'm particularly interested in this program, obviously, because it brings our youth in an industry that they can start in from young and then work their way up. You guys heard me call Mr. Lenroy Cambron name early on. He actually started in the junior drag racing program on St. Croix. I think Mr. Cameron started from, watching his uncle race on St. Croix, got involved in the sport as a junior dragster, and then worked his way up. The young man has 2 children, boy and girl, who is now competing in Orlando in that junior drag racing program. I have already committed to Mr. Hector that once the track is up and running, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation is committed to buying 5 junior drag racers for the use of any youth in the territory that is interested in learning the sport and the industry. One drag racer can average between $3,500 a used one, all the way up to about $6,000 to $7,000. The average that I saw was about $5,000. So we are ready and committed to purchasing 5 junior drag racers that will be the property of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation for any youth, any individual that are willing to learn the drag racing industry. And it's not just about racing. Like I said, I spent a couple days with this young man up in Orlando, and his children are actually in the pit helping him work on his cars. His son was putting in the gas, he was checking the oil, wiping down the car. So it's more than just the racing, but more about just the total industry of the vehicle. When you see his children race, they compete highly against each other. I mean, they congratulate and kind of try to egg each other on, but at the end of the day, they support each other. But they both love racing, and I'm not talking about just junior drag racing. They ride motorcycles also. It looked like anything that they compete against each other, brothers and sisters. They like to compete and go fast. But they are now currently running in Orlando. The young man has a different style dragster than his sister. She's a lot lighter than hers. From learning about the cars, he had a car that he could sit up in, and her car was more where she would be laying back. It was declined a lot more for her. So there's different cars, different races, different weights. I don't know the actual age. I'm going to probably think that it goes all the way up to 16 years of age. But the cars are not that big, so obviously you want to have a youth that can fit in them. The car that he had, I think, could have gone at the average miles of about 65 miles per hour. But you can tune the car up and down according to how fast you want it to do. But I really want to continue picking Mr. Cameron's mind. He has a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience in the sport. He's won several tournaments in Orlando, and like I said, I just think he would be a great ambassador for the territory. If we could work something out between the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation and Tourism, where we can wrap his vehicle in Orlando, because I know once the track is open, we're going to have a lot of people coming from Puerto Rico, Orlando, Florida, down to the Virgin Islands to race cars. But we are ready. I already have the funding. We're committing to getting that program back started once the track is open.
I agree with you, Commissioner, and it'll be good to have him as an ambassador. And I'm excited about the Dragster program, and anything we could do to support that, we're here to do so, because we do definitely need to have some more positive outlets for our young people. So looking forward to it. If there's any young person that is listening, or their parents that may be interested, who can they reach out to, Mr. Jones, if they might be interested in, once this program gets hitting, or Commissioner White, who can they reach out to if they're interested?
I would say Arthur Hector or Commissioner White.
Okay.
And I did get a report on the age.
Okay.
It's 5 to 17.
Nice, 5 to 17.
Yes. And
So-
the class of car, it depends upon how fast it goes. The slower cars are for younger children, and as they grow up, it goes a little faster.
That will be a very exciting program. Also, in your testimony, there are numbers of corporations and members of the community that have contributed to the drag racing, the restoration that you guys are having. Can you, if anyone is interested, how can they reach out? If there's any company that wants to give and be part of what's happening, how can they reach out to you all?
They can contact myself or Arthur Hector.
Okay. Is there a number, a website, or?
We have a Facebook page.
Okay.
And I will get a phone number for you.
Okay, no problem. I think there's a point of inquiry by one of my colleagues. Senator Johnson, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point of inquiry is in regarding to the wrapping of the vehicle to the commissioner. I think Tourism Department had wrapped a vehicle for someone in the past. I don't know what went wrong, but I know that it was some good money that was spent, and the wrap came off in a very short time in comparison to the money that was spent. So I would support. I would support this initiative, but we have to make sure we have a good binding contract to make sure that we don't put in money into the wrapping and it doesn't last the time. So if you can, speak on it, go right ahead, please.
Yeah, so you are absolutely correct. The previous administration did enter into a contract with a gentleman to wrap a vehicle with the Virgin Islands flag. He also had a trailer that was wrapped with the Virgin Islands emblem on it. I think he was racing out of the East Coast, mostly in Maryland and Baltimore. Simply put, Senator Johnson, the issue with the gentleman was he didn't win. Just point blank. And I don't know the guy. He didn't win. And people want to follow, winners. I could tell you for a fact because, like I said, I saw it with my eyes. I went to Orlando, Mr. Cameron, and I can tell you, like I said, he is an underdog on the Orlando circuit because the majority, I will say 98% of the people that race in Orlando are of the Hispanic background, a lot of people from Puerto Rico. So he is an underdog, but like I said, automatically when I got to the track, it was easy to find him because his tent, the VI flag was flying high, big. As he enters his car onto the drag racing strip, the first thing you notice that is on the back of the car, the VI flag is flying. And that's every time he races. His paraphernalia, his clothing has that VI flag on it. But the difference is, like I said, and again, I don't know the previous racer, this young man is winning. He's won several circuits. He's won several tournaments. I think what they call him on the track is gringo. I hope they're in a cuss word. But he would do a lot for car racing in the territory because he has a great following on the mainland right now. He's already sent in a proposal. A proposal was sent in unbeknownst to me, but I am in possession of that proposal now. I have shared that proposal with the powers to be, including tourism. And we're continuing to work to see if we can do something to make this young man an ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Point of inquiry, Senator James, you recognize for a point of inquiry.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Calvert-White, at a later point, the same title I referenced, I would also like for you to just have that discussion with your team, because they say in Title 32, Chapter 12, Section 231, all members shall be appointed by the governor with advice and consent of the legislature. So most likely for the Automobile Commission, they would have to come to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. So let's have the conversation with the governor to bring down some members who he have in mind for those commissions so we can abide by the law, okay? So my question is, how soon do you think you could start that out for us? Because based on your position, you will be an ex-official member, I think.
Yeah, I'll have a conversation with Mr. Hector. Again, I think when you have a profession specific, like something like car racing, you want competent, knowledgeable people who knows about the industry. I'll have a conversation with him and ask for his recommendations of who he think would serve best on that commission. And then those names would also be forwarded to the governor as far as him appointing those positions. I will say this, that the governor of the Virgin Islands is big on car racing. He wants to see that happen. As a matter of fact, I attended those races in Orlando on behalf of the governor. As you can see, he's already committed when he gave the check to the Car Racing Association. So I'll have those conversations with him and the recommended suggestions from Mr. Hector as far as who needs to serve on that commission.
Thank you, Commissioner White.
Very well. Mr. Jones,
Yes.
is the board of directors or the association envisioning being able to use the racetrack for other events, maybe like bike shows or concerts or stuff like that? Have you all had that discussion?
Yes,
Trying
we
to
have.
find ways to also generate some revenue.
Right. Yes, and yes, we have. We've talked about car shows. We've talked about other kinds of shows. We've talked about having music out there.
Sporting events.
Yes.
Okay, so that's in the making. What about your
To add
mark?
to that, Senator, to add to that, I think we all think about car racing as the one day where there's racing. Keep in mind that during the week, a lot of these race cars need to be fine-tuned. So there's days during the week also when this track is going to be utilized. It's not just going to be utilized on days of events. You'll see activity on the track throughout the week. Individual testing. Individuals want to come out and see how the cars are operating and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different ways to make revenue, not just the actual race day. And I do hope that Mr. Hector is open to doing additional events other than car racing out there, because the property is a big, wide property that can do multiple things.
Yeah, thank you for expounding on that and providing that information. Now, Mr. Jones, how many races are you planning to have in the year?
In the year, what I would like to see is one every weekend.
One every week.
Yes. Now, and big events we would do during holidays. If we had, say when we open in Labor Day, Christmas races were always big, and those would be more like 3-day events where it's a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah. So do you currently, does the association currently have a plan and agenda for races? You're scheduled to start in September, but do you already have a plan of the races you're going to have for FY22 and to FY23?
Yeah, so we've put together a basic schedule, if you will, of when we did events previously, and now we want to expand on that schedule.
All right, I think Senator Alma Francis Heiliger is trying to connect. Senator Heiliger? Okay, we'll take a 1-minute recess. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation stands on recess for 1 minute. The Committee on Youth Sports, we're not back on yet. The Committee on Youth Sports, Park, and Recreation is out of recess. Colleagues, so I think we did our first round. We're going to do a quick second round for any of my colleagues, anyone that might have any burning questions. So we'll do a quick 2-minute round. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have one question for Mr. Jones from the Caribbean Drag Racing Association. I know initially I asked about your marketing. I tried to do a quick research, and I noticed that you don't have a website.
No, we don't have a website set up
Is
yet.
that something you're planning to do? Because if you're having drag racing, definitely you want to have a platform to showcase what you're doing, because you are labeled Caribbean Drag Racing.
Yes,
So-
absolutely we do, yes.
Okay, so is there some plans you have afoot to look into that?
Actually, I'm looking into it, and
You're-
I'm setting up with one of my partners in the state of Florida. He's gonna set me up with a website.
Okay, great. And then I do have a follow-up question to Commissioner White relative to our young colleague question relative to
1
Title
minute.
32 and the composition of the Automobile Racing Commission. When have they last met, these commission? Because you're an ex officio member. To your knowledge, when have they last met?
I couldn't tell you that, Senator. I don't even know if they're currently operating. I'm willing to go on a line and say they are not. I don't think there's a car racing commission that's formed right now.
30 seconds.
So I can't answer when they last met.
Okay, because they have here certain things that they are supposed, in law, that they are supposed to do, which include the order of the finish of any race, the disqualification of any automobile participating in a race, the granting, denial, suspension, revocation of any license. It looks like the persons who are going to race
Time.
in these races, Mr. Chairman, may I conclude?
You may.
Thank you. Must have a license, and it also seems as though this commission is critical in granting these licenses. So definitely we want to also put that as a top priority list, take note, to get this in place. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And thank you, Senator Joseph. I echo your words. I think it's necessary, especially if we want to bring drag racing to the next level, that we standardize, even at national level, some of the requirements that we have. So this is a discussion I think we should continue to have with the members of the association and the commissioner. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that Commissioner White sort of cleared up as far as the storage of vehicles that for individuals traveling from out of St. Croix. As I also have a buggy I'm supposed to be bringing over to the first day to race against my good buddy, Senator Johnson's buggy for the opening race. I'm tuning it down now, trying to get it to about 11 seconds. Having some clutch problems and stuff, but it should be ready by September 1st. Okay? First race of the day for that day for me, I'm Senator Johnson, okay? First day.
Okay.
Have you reached out to like the Department of Tourism, since this is going to be an economic boost as far as with tourists to St. Croix, and working out packages for individuals who are traveling from whether Puerto Rico or the mainland or even St. Thomas, as far as airline tickets or even hotel accommodation, some type of package that it can be sponsored
1
through the
minute.
Department of Tourism. Have you done that?
We've discussed it, yes, but we haven't started to put together any packages yet, but we have discussed it.
Okay, very good. And how often do you plan to host races at the track?
Say that again?
How often do you plan to host races at the track? Once a month?
We're hoping to have do big events during the holidays and try to do events almost every weekend.
Every weekend?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really, really refreshing to know. And have you also, you said you're having races every
30
weekend?
seconds.
So based on the schedule of your races and stuff, you anticipate that between admission fees and concession, you'll be able to generate enough revenues to effectively sustain and maintain the drag strip?
Correct. Yes, that's what we want to do.
Okay, thank you for your response. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. And we're looking forward to opening day with myself and Senator Johnson at the starting line.
I
Thank you
look
very
forward
much
to
for
seeing
that.
you guys there.
All right.
Thank you, Senator Payne, and I'm not going to miss that race. I'm not. We have to find how to name that type of race and what type of trophy we're going to give. So
Oh, yeah.
that will be a very interesting one. So looking forward to it. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Oh, DeGraff stepped out. Senator Frankie Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That will be a day when he bring that slow bug over to challenge Pals of St. Croix. Because I know Pals going to be coming out smoking, so it's going to be a wonderful day. Can't wait to get back down on the drag strip. Now that you've received the balance of the funding from the government, do you see any other challenges that might be in your way?
Yes, probably just the equipment challenge, but I think everything else we've pretty much got it squared away.
When you say equipment, equipment for the maintenance of the track, the drag strip?
Yes, for the tire dragger and spraying the track bite as the other commissioner was talking about earlier, the additive that we put on the track to give it more grip.
Okay. When you're talking about equipments to store, places to store and stuff like that?
Yes.
And tentatively, how many races per month, or how often would you guys, if you have any idea of a plan? Once you get going?
We've been talking about
1
it,
minute.
and we want to do races during the major holidays to get racers out, and then we want to do some type of event at least once a week. Have something going on out there, whether it be a test and tune, whether it be a no prep race, or a car show, something going on to keep the facility open, to keep generating money, keep generating capital.
And now that, the track is state of the art, I can see what's going on there. Would you still have street and strip guys from the off the
30
street that
seconds.
think their car could run, could do
Yes.
a match race and stuff like that?
We've been discussing that too, and we actually wanted to start a race program kind of like what Street Outlaws did, where you have
Okay.
a group of guys that come down and you have like a top 10 list, and it'll be a no prep event.
That's good to hear that, because then those guys who speeding on the highway and all over the place will have a place to go and take out their frustration instead of racing. So I'm hopeful to see that you guys are successful. We're here to support you and help you whatever way we can to make sure that
Time.
drag racing is back in the Virgin Islands in the biggest way. Thank you very much for all what you're doing.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carrion, if I may, Mr. Jones, I'm guessing this is his first time before the legislature, so he's being very modest and don't want to beg. But Mr. Jones, you're before the body that appropriates funding. I can't stress enough how important it is. And I don't think the CDRA have the funding right now to get equipment for this track. There is no way this track is going to open in September without the proper equipment to run car races. A single oil spill on a track can shut down the track for the entire day if the proper equipment is not there to clean it up. As I stated when I went to Orlando, it started to rain, and I'm not talking about drizzle. It poured rain on the track, and I was already packing up, ready to go home, and I saw them come out with the blow torches on the track, and they were able to resume races that very same day, couple hours after. So I know Mr. Jones don't want to beg, but I don't have a problem begging. If we are going to have a successful industry in the Virgin Islands, a successful track, you cannot have a track without the equipment to run races. So I'm hoping that Mr. Hector already has a detailed list of the equipment that is going to be needed to manicure and prepare the track. There's a lot of things that goes into racing. The track bite is going to have to be installed. I learned a lot going to Orlando, by the way. But there's a lot of things, debris. You have to have a John Deere that's going to have the brush to brush off the track. That these guys are going to be needed to ensure, not just good races, but safe races. The other thing I want to add is I think we have an obligation to the young men and women that are out there racing on the street to give them, as Senator Johnson just said, a facility where we can now move them off of the roads and get them to a safe security where it can be some type of organized racing. I could see this track being utilized every week. There's so many different classes of racing, modified, street racing. There's cars that run with the nitro. There's cars that don't. So every different week there can be a different class of racing where everybody get a chance to run on the track. Obviously, everybody's not going to be able to run every week, so I'm hoping that they are already coming up with a schedule where they can now come up with a monthly calendar of the type of races on any given weekend and the type of level of racing, whether it's street racing, motorcycle, the nitro oxide cars, and all of that stuff. But they have an opportunity, or we have an opportunity to do something really special when we open back this track in the territory.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your points are well taken. Then we are looking forward to hear from the association what that cost is. I think they're still trying to get those numbers together,
Yes.
right, Mr. Jones?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, my conversation this week, last week with Mr. Hector, I should say, they're working on to get those numbers to really have a good idea what the cost will be for the equipment that is necessary. So he'll be sharing those with us. Also, I would like the association to submit to this committee, your schedule of events. That'll be good once you finish. And I think other colleague made a request that we have it dotted down to share with you also. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Oh, sorry. Senator Johnson has a point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what the commissioner said.
Yes.
And it's very important that you tap into the resources. We keep saying that we want sports tourism.
Yes.
Car racing is a part of sports tourism. Each car that comes from a Caribbean island brings approximately 15 persons involved with that car, plus fans.
Right.
So tourism always asks for numbers. And they say they'll support your event based on a projection. So it's important that you guys get these type of numbers together and share it with tourism to be sponsors for your race. And that's why when I said to you, let us know how we can help. The Commissioner White basically saying to you, you're here at the place that we can direct you. So it's important that you get those numbers in place, how many people come with a car, and then projected amount of fans that follow these cars, because these are projection-based that will tell tourism that, well, look, we can give you X amount of money to sponsor races so that it can attract even more people. If we're serious about sports tourism, now is the time to make sure that we invest into the car racing, do what's need to be done to make sure that, number one, safety is in place. And at the end of the day, we all could all enjoy that track. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson. Senator Javon E. James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. The one thing I like about nonprofit organizations is those that are tax exempt. And like I said, we have EDC companies in the U.S. Virgin Islands who receive huge tax breaks. And there's no hidden secret. Based on the laws of the Virgin Islands government, they have an obligation to give back to certain organizations. So if you cater and surround yourself around pushing for youth, getting the youth on the track, getting involved in the repairing of the vehicles, and get our youngsters involved in it. And of course, in return for those big corporations who contribute, you could get a free advertisement for the remaining of the year. So on the billboards, they have Kushan Rum, VIGL, whatever company you want to put on there, just write a check. Yeah. And in return, they get a tax break. So let's not focus too much on the problem, even though we need to hear the problem. Let's focus on solutions to make this happen. Okay, in those other islands, they just say, listen, what you want? We're going to find it. And that's our job as a government. And I'm advising you, please reach out to those big organizations.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
There are people around here making millions of dollars. Come on, man. The government can't do everything. Write a check. But what I really want to see coming moving forward from the Caribbean Drag Racing Association is data. And I understand this is your first time here in front of the body.
It
I'm not
is.
going to beat up on you, but the next time, please come with data. We want to see projections, assessments, project worksheets,
30
breakdowns of the
seconds.
tournaments, and the list goes on. So it gives us an idea of what we're investing in. Everyone who invests in something wants to see a return on investment. And for the government of the Virgin Islands, we want sports tourism. And the proof is in the pudding with the Paradise Jam tournament. It brings in millions of people and thousands of visitors, I should say, who attend this beautiful tournament. And of course, it's televised all over the world. That's good marketing. So we have the proof of the pudding right there. Let's not reinvent the wheel.
Time.
Let's have those conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator
Thank you,
Durant
Senator.
James. And good line of questioning or good advice to the association. The importance of sport tourism and reaching out to corporations and companies that are here in the territory. Because, of course, the government can't do anything, can't do everything.
Right.
But it's great partnerships like the one we're seeing before us. A nonprofit association like the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, along with the government, making this possible, creating an avenue for not only young people, but for the drag racing enthusiasts to be able to have a place to see or participate in this sport. So
Yes, it is.
I'm excited to see the end product of what we will have there in the sports complex. So can't wait. Senator Kenny Gittins, you're recognized. Is a non-committee member. Thank you for being present.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. First off, let me just say congratulations to all the promotees and graduates of 2022. The road is still ahead. It's just the beginning and not the end. Good to see this topic in the legislature. At this time, I was trying to listen to most of it while I was at another meeting and then driving here. I didn't get to hear everything, but there was just one question I wanted to ask. But before I ask the question, let me also say condolences to you too, Commissioner White, to you and your family. And aside from that, you heard about the big fire on St. Croix last night? I guess
Is
you
that
can't.
question to me?
I guess you can't hear me. Yes, Commissioner White. There was a big fire up at your place, up at the small field at DC Canigata Ballpark.
I heard about a little fire winning a game. I don't know if it was big, but I heard about a little fire who I congratulated in my opening testimony.
Well, it seemed like that was
I wouldn't call it big.
that was certainly a big fire. I believe it went to 10 or 11 innings or something like that. So that's a big fire.
Correct.
And I'm just wondering if
30
you're
seconds.
if you're ready to come to St. Croix to out that fire. But aside from that, I wanted to ask, with regards to the car track, have there been any discussion with you or any of the racetrack committee members with the guys and gals from that have the
Time.
speakers in the cars and whatnot? I can't remember what you call the club now. There was the noise ordinance bill was discussed several weeks ago or several days ago here in the legislature. And one of the things we were trying to look for is to see if we could find a spot where they can actually test their speakers and whatnot, where they wouldn't be disturbing residents in a residential area. Have there been any discussions with you at Sports Parks and Recreation or with any of the committee members for the drag racing?
I have not had any meeting with the committee members for drag racing. I will say, Senator, I did have a conversation with Mr. Malik Stradairan about the bill, the noise ordinance bill. And it's interesting that you mentioned that, because my question to him was, once car racing and drag racing starts, there's a considerable amount of noise that comes from the vehicles, is there going to be an exemption with the noise ordinance bill for car racing? I know there's a meeting that he's having, I think in Frederickstead, across from Midway Cummings in the parking lot. And I think that's one of the things that was going to be discussed. But again, that is another opportunity for the CDRA to generate revenue if they allow them to use the property that they will be leasing for the purpose of having those car set shows and what you have not.
So anyone from the Drag Racing Commission can tell us whether or not you had a conversation with them? Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Well, it just so happens that today I was contacted, so we'll be having that conversation with the set club. With the guys that have the sets.
We're hopeful that we could find a medium, at least for them to be able to have a spot where they can actually test their speakers and whatnot for entertainment purposes, and not have people calling 911 because there's too much noise in the residential area. So we see that eastern end of the airport road there as a prime spot. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hopefully the commissioner will be ready to come over and out that fire with the governmental league that they just closed out here in St. Croix. Good job on that, and looking forward to more of that type of sports going on in the territory.
Thank you, Senator Gittens, for being present this afternoon in this first block, and for your line of questioning. They did grant you some leniency because you weren't for the first round of questioning. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jones, you said you're having your first event Labor Day weekend.
Yes.
What particular day?
I'm sorry, say again?
What particular day? On Labor Day itself or the Saturday?
Labor
that
Day,
weekend?
hang on a second.
The reason why I'm asking is that we
I have
have
the date in my mind.
the biggest car show in the Caribbean happening in St. John for Labor Day on that weekend. But we also want to be able to support your opening day. So if you did it on a Monday, we'll just shift to the Saturday. So I'm trying to make sure that we don't have conflicting dates, because we have grudge matches from St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, Anguilla, BVI.
Right.
It's going to be huge, over 100 cars. So I just want to make sure that those days are not conflicting. And Corby Field, easy, every single year. Motorcycles, about 30 or 40 motorbikes and stuff. It'll be a grand old affair.
I'm waiting for a response.
You're
I'm waiting
waiting-
for a response.
You
on
waiting for a
which day.
response? Okay.
Yeah.
When you get a response, you can let me know. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Payne. And now I'll conclude with my line of questioning. Mr. Jones, what's the size of the membership of the association?
The size
The
of the
size.
association? Well, right now we have the 9 board members.
9
and
board
then we're
members.
doing a drive to get us actually paid association members to come on board.
Okay. So right now, association is just composed by the board members.
The board members, yes.
You're opening it up to have membership for those that are enthusiastic,
Interested, yes.
interested in participating. Okay. Will there be a fee for a membership fee?
Yes.
Do you have what that membership fee is?
I do not yet. We were discussing it, and I don't know. We didn't come down to a final number yet, to my knowledge.
And that will
so-
be an annual membership fee?
Yes, correct.
All right. Do you guys provide financial reporting to the Department of Sports, Park, and Rec?
I'll have to ask on that because I do not know. I'm sure we
Commissioner, have
probably
you
do.
received a financial reporting from the association?
1 minute.
Only the funds that the government has given to the association. So any government funds, Mr. Hector has submitted documents of how those funds have been used.
Very well. Percentage of completion of the work, Mr. Jones?
I'm sorry? Percentage? of the-
Percentage of
Percentage,
completion.
I would say we were 60%, 65% done.
65% done. So you're expecting in the next few months, by September, you will
30
have
seconds.
the remaining work completed.
Correct, yes.
What are you missing
We still have the tower that we're waiting on and the concession, and then we have some stuff, little stuff left to do to the bathroom.
Okay.
And then, of course, the track surface, which VI Paving is working on now.
All right. Good. Well, thank you. I want to take this time to thank everyone who has made it possible for the Caribbean Drag Race Association to reach to where they are, and all the restorations and renovations that have been made, and those that the work that they continue to do. There are a number of organizations that have given. Can you mention some of those corporations that have given? Do you have a list of them?
I have a couple. We had Bates Trucking has donated a lot. So has Napa. Those are the ones that I have off the top of my head. The other organizations that we have on a roster that we write it down.
Okay. So we want to shout out and say thank you to all the corporations and companies that have given along with the government to make this possible. Act 8288, that was sponsored by Senator Noel Francis and Senator Javon James and supported by members of the third legislature and signed by Governor Albert Bryan, made it possible to begin this process. And like we mentioned also, Act 8288 that we mentioned made it possible also. Act 8449, sponsored by Senator Kurt Viala and Senator General Saru and Senator Samuel Carrion in the 34th legislature, and by the 34th legislature and signed into law by Governor Albert Bryan, made possible for additional funding to make this possible. So we just want to thank all the members of the legislature, the 33rd and the 34th, and this administration for collaborating to bring forward the Caribbean Drag Association the funds necessary to restore the track. So we're looking forward to, on September 1st, and sometime about, to participate in that ribbon cutting ceremony and have a place where everyone can come and enjoy. So thank you so much, because we know that this will not only create a revenue for our venue, I should say, for our young people and members of the community, but also, other than having a recreational space, it's a stimulation for economic opportunity for our people. I would like to, before I close, also give my condolences to you, Commissioner, and to Ms. Seeley, who is our chief reporter here in the legislature, for the passing of your aunt and her mother. So our condolences to the whole family in this moment. This wraps up our first block for today. If we don't have any more burning questions, I think this is it. I want to thank everyone for being present. Mr. Jones, you have opportunity to give some closing remarks.
I just wanted to thank you to everyone that is supporting drag racing in the Virgin Islands. When I moved down here, I came down here because of the track, and I look forward to it being open, and I want to do a lot with the youth down here. So I chose St. Croix because you have a drag strip.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for your service, for the time dedicated to our community. Commissioner White, some closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator, for the hearing. Great questions. I want to thank, Governor Bryan for his continued support in getting this track back up. I also want to thank the 34th for all that they do with the funds that they appropriate and assist in the CDRA to get this track open. Like I stated earlier, they have a unique opportunity to create a facility, not just for avid car racers, but for spectators and fans. I think when I checked the data, car racing is a sport that is, top 3, top 2 as far as spectator sports. So that's something that we definitely want to tap into. We have quite a way to go. I'm confident that the track is going to be built. My concern is that the necessary equipment that they're going to need to run a safe tournament or track day. But I'm confident in working with Mr. Hector that he has the knowledge and experience to submit those items that he's going to need to run and have a successful drag strip. I again want to thank the Virgin Islands Fire Service for winning this year's governmental softball tournament. I encourage you guys. As a matter of fact, I should make it mandatory that you guys bring all the fire trucks from all the fire stations when the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation come over there to compete for the territorial champion, because I know those guys' bats are hot. Great fun, excellent game last night. 10 innings, extra innings. Again, thank you, Mr. Johnson, Senator Johnson, for assisting the department. And just look out for more activities from the department, more programs. We have our summer camps getting ready to start. The staff continues to go above and beyond to make sure that we have great programs for the community. And, you know, the drag racing strip is not going to be any different. We are going to continue to support them. Again, please do not forget, June 4th on the island of St. Thomas, we are going to be celebrating a Virgin Islands hero, Aaliyah Boston. We are going to be doing a parade for her from Griffith Park to the waterfront promenade at 11:30. Please come out. The entire territory is invited to this event. We want you guys to line the roadways, cheer, clap, shout, whatever you want to do. Let's show the mainland that she's one of ours and we could do it better than them in celebrating what this young lady has done. Again, thank you, Senator. I had to move around some stuff to make this happen. I want to put it on the record that I have a meeting to go to with my equivalent of the Dominican Republic, so I'll try to get on to the second block. If not, I'm asking for a little leniency and reading my testimony into the record for the next block, but I'll try my best to be on that. But again, thank you, great hearing, and I look forward to opening day of the drag racing strip.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we're all looking forward to that opening day. Thank you, Mr. Jones. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation stands on recess for 20 minutes. Thank you. You're excused, Mr. Jones. Good afternoon, everyone. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation is out of recess. Good afternoon once again. We will get ready now for Block 2. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 2 into the record?
Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, Block 2, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. The committee will hear from key stakeholders regarding the state of the Virgin Islands horse racing industry, including but not limited to the franchise and development agreements for the Randall Doc James Racetrack and the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. Invited testifiers, Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Robert E. Huckabee III, President and CEO, Southland Gaming of the Virgin Islands, Inc. Andrew Dubuque, CFO/Managing Partner, VIGL Operations, LLC. Jason Williams, General Manager, Racing Operations, VIGL Operations, LLC. Hugo Hodge, Chairman, VI Horse Racing Commission. Elroy Bates, Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Clinton Hendrington, President, St. Thomas Horsemen Association. Mr. Chair, that's the reading of the Block 2 for the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. May 20th, 2022, the Honorable Samuel Carrion, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00802, via email. Your invitation to testify on May 24th, 2022. Dear Senator, I am in receipt of your invitation to testify at your upcoming committee meeting on May 24th, 2022, on the island of St. Croix and update your committee on the development plans for Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. Unfortunately, I will be unable to attend or participate in your discussions on the date and time due to another pre-arranged and pressing engagement scheduled for the same day out of the territory. I have, however, given the VI Horse Racing Commission a written report explaining where we are thus far with our development plans, which I will forward to you for your records. Respectfully, Robert Huckabee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have any other correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's all the correspondence we have received this afternoon. I would like to once again acknowledge the presence of Senator Francis, who is here, and then committee member. I think that's about it. And also would like to acknowledge the President and mark present committee member, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Please mark the senator as present. Good day, well. Today we're here, as you heard the Madam Clerk mention, on Block 2 to get updates with regards to our horsing sports industry, if we could call like that here in the territory. And we know that back since 1905, it's known as the Sports of King, as we affectionately know it. It has been ranked as #1 sport here in the Virgin Islands. It has brought our neighboring islands in the Caribbean to our shores and provided residents as well as everyone who is interested in employment, mentorship opportunity, economic benefits. And we are all familiar with the challenges that unfortunately we have faced in the horse racing industry in the past. From hurricanes to COVID to negotiations, litigations, all these events have unfortunately slowed down the progress, affecting everyone involved, horsemen, the enthusiasts in the sports. But today, however, critical stakeholders in the horse race industry will provide us with updates in their respective area. I'm very optimistic about today's meeting, where we will be able to hear, and especially the members of our community, the community at large, the U.S. Virgin Islands, will be able to hear what's the status. Many people have been waiting for horse racing to return to the territory, and I'm hopeful that we're seeing some light at the end of the tunnel. So with that said, good afternoon once again to the people of Virgin Islands, good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers we have here before us. Who is representing the commission? Not sure if there's anyone online. Oh, seems I was able to connect yesterday to the hearing the Horse Racing Commission had, and I know the chairman was attempting to get someone to represent today. Seems as that attempt has gone unsuccessful because there's no one connected online. We provided the link just in case someone was able to connect virtually, but I'm not seeing anyone connected. Who is representing VIGL?
Senator Jason Williams. I'm the General Manager for Racing Operations, VIGL.
Jason Williams, all right. And who is representing the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association?
Afternoon, Marcus Knight, Vice President.
Speak into the mic so we could, sir.
Afternoon, Marcus Knight, Vice President of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association.
Mr. Knight, thank you. And who is representing the St. Thomas Horsemen Association? Do we have any
Hi,
questions?
good afternoon.
Okay.
My name is Danielle Fred, and I'm the treasurer of the St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association.
Ms. Fred, correct?
Furet.
Furet. Furet.
Afternoon, also we have the treasurer, Mr. Dennis Lynch of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association also.
Mr. Lynch?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us. And then we got correspondence from Mr. Huckabee that he will not be present. And it's unfortunate there isn't any representative from Southline Gaming connected virtually, is there? I don't think we'll be able to get much done if we don't have representatives from the agencies or testifiers that we requested. We sent out correspondence more than a month ago, and it's unfortunate. I think this morning we got notification of that Mr. Huckabee will not be present. According to the correspondence, he sent in a copy of the letter he submitted to the commission. Is that correct? We'll read that into the record, but I must say that that is unacceptable because it's not even addressed to us in particular. So it's unfortunate sometimes the level of disrespect that we see to this committee and to this body in general. Let's proceed with, I know Senator White said he might join us later. He was earlier, I'm sorry, Commissioner White. Commissioner White was with us earlier and stated he would try to reconnect again later in the hearing if we can. So let's start with the Flamboyant Horsemen Association. You may begin with your testimony. Who is speaking on behalf of the President, Mr. Bates?
Good afternoon again, Senator. Dennis Lynch, second treasurer of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association.
Mr. Lynch, you're recognized and you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Samuel Carrion and other members of the 34th Legislature, Committee on Youth, Sports, Park and Recreation. I am Dennis Lynch, second treasurer of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. On behalf of myself and the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association, thank you for the opportunity to deliver testimony to this committee once again. The Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association was asked to testify before the 34th Legislature on the Randall Dock James racetrack status. As I disseminate this information, I will touch on a myriad of issues that are concerning. The initial impetus was designed to project a platform where equine athletes, horsemen, investors, horse racing fans, and proprietors could engage in economic advancement, sports, commerce, competition, and entertainment. Steps towards resolving thus far has been tenuous and littered with intentional strategic delays filled with malefacient negotiations wielded by overarching power handlers. Delays and lack of urgency have been the consensus over the 6-year impasse of the redevelopment efforts of the Randall Dak James Racetrack. For an accurate pulse of this ongoing situation, revisiting the many failed encounters portrayed as progress will aid your understanding of what has transpired, lending toward dismantling the fortitude of horse racing. The frustration and inefficiencies have been consistently communicated via various media outlets and have delineated specific suggestions as methods to circumvent the contractual ambiguity. Further to these ensued legal proceedings were the provisional recommendations that were enacted upon and made to be contractual. In his autonomous role within the executive branch of the government, Governor Bryan utilized his authority to renegotiate the terms of a contract that had previously spoken to separability in this original documented form. However, the damage had already been dealt to no avail, in that again promoted financial woes and burdens to the horse owners, while negating any significant progress being achieved, as VIGL was then shut down for 20 months. In anticipation of a revised and acceptable agreement executed by the executive branch, the FPHA ensured that the Randall Dak James Racetrack was vacated to allow the seamless transition post-signing of the contract in preparation for initiation of the construction. The determinant we are concerned about is time, a commodity that cannot be reversed and a luxury that we do not have. We have spent more time in meetings, hearings, and negotiations than it would have taken to build an industry standard facility that we all hope for. When the temporary agreement expired in December of 2020, it was an opportunity for the government to utilize the FEMA funds allocated for revitalizing the racetrack. Subsequently, that did not occur. As we stand today, significant damage has happened to the underlying compaction of the racing surface. It will need to be recompacted. This also encompasses the construction of a 2-furlong and a 7-furlong chute, which will require a hydraulic study for it lies below grade within a floodplain. It will allow a design structure with a proper capacity to pass collected water under the configuration of the chute. However, the original date of August 2nd, 2021, which was proposed to recommence the construction efforts, was impeded again by the contract not being signed by Vivid/11 Construction, which led to a 2-month window in which we saw minimal to no work being done on the facility. In a meeting on VIGL on October 9, 2021, we were advised of another significant hurdle. The lead architectural firm has declined the renewal of their contract for the project, which would entail another incalculable amount of time to draft and execute drawings. This serves as a significant hurdle, as certain respects and mandates are placed on intellectual properties, subsequently leading to the current structural drawings as useless for liability reasons. The illustration and specification are the property of the architect, whether the project is executed or not. On April 6, 2022, we witnessed Bill number 34-0224 pass, an act that amended the Virgin Islands Code, Title 32, Chapters 11 and 21, relating to the video lottery at Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack in St. Thomas. This bill also amends Title 29, Chapter 3, relating to the zoning policy for video lottery terminals at the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack in St. Thomas, and provides the ratification of a Second Amendment agreement to video lottery services and agreement, and a development agreement regarding the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. This singular deterrent was hinged and intertwined as the sole reason horse racing in the territory was at a standstill. As a collective body, we understood the implication of such a bill being passed and realized that it hinged on the separability of St. Croix track being recognized. To date, there has been no added traction or recourse that would lessen the financial constraints imposed against the participant of this great sport. We ask this body today, what can be done to replenish the financial loss? What can be done to address the endless economic woes? With the steady rise of inflation encompassing and affecting our daily lives, it is almost impossible to have horses as a recreational activities or a business venture. Now that selective stakeholders have received gain or benefit from the passing of this bill, one entity is continuously denied parity and just consideration. As equine professionals, we present athletes that garner opportunities for the community to bolster its economic footprint. utilize a platform, and generate entertainment, but we are constantly undermined. What is next for the island of St. Croix and the horsemen who desperately try to keep this sport afloat? 1,757 days. That is how long it has been since professional racing has taken place on the island of St. Croix. Throughout the systematic hardships that have become our grim reality, the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association has remained steadfast in adhering to laws and provisions that govern us. We are able to hold our biannual elections, with the most recent on September 24, 2021, that saw familiar faces in new places, and the ability to voice and recognize unique perspectives and concern. We continue to await the finalization of the racing rules and policies enacted by the Racing Commission to have a real sense of what mandates and specifications are required to carry out racing safely and responsibly in this territory. Moving forward, we would like to stress the importance of a unified effort to ensure the completion of a project that should bolster the economic standing of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch, for sharing and reading your testimony into the record. Since Commissioner White is not on, I'll have Madam Clerk, can you please read Commissioner White's testimony into the record, please?
Good day. Good day, Honorable Chairman Samuel Carrion, Chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. On May 4th, 2022, I received correspondence from your office inviting me to provide testimony on the horse racing industry, including the status of the Randall Doc James Horse Racetrack and the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. Regrettably, I cannot testify in person due to my commitment to support the VI Junior Olympic national team at the Caribbean Baseball Cup hosted in the Dominican Republic. I appreciate your willingness to allow this testimony to be read into the record. On March 22nd, 2022, I testified before the Committee of the Whole on a proposed legislation for developing the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack and included the status of both the territory's horse tracks. The primary purpose of that hearing was for the executive branch of the government of the VI to seek approval from the legislature to amend the current franchise agreement with VIGL to allow Southland Gaming of the VI to develop the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. Not too long after, the members of the 34th legislature favorably voted to amend the franchise agreement, enabling the GVI and the SGVI to move forward with the development agreement for the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. In June 2021, VIGL notified the horsemen located at the Randall Doc James that they were prepared to resume construction and asked that all horses and persons at the track be removed from the premises. A letter was sent by myself to the Flamboyant Horsemen Association asking them to remove all horses from the stables, and they complied. I want to personally thank the members of the Flamboyant Horsemen Association and owners of horses housed at the Randall Doc James complying. Since that time, I have seen minimal to no movement on the track by VIGL. It was my understanding that once we were able to remove all the horses from the stables, construction at the facility would continue shortly after. I cannot speak or speculate why work has not resumed to date. The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation is looking forward to seeing horse racing resume in the Virgin Islands and will continue to support all efforts to see it come to fruition. Thank you. I hope you have a productive hearing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading Commissioner White's testimony into the record. Do we have any testimony from the Commission? None. Do we have any testimony from the St. Thomas Association, Horse Racing Association? Ms. Fred?
On behalf of the St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association, I regret that we would not be submitting any written testimony today because we don't have any updates since the meeting of the whole in March 2022.
VAGL, Representative Mr. Jason Williams, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon to you and all the members of the 34th Legislature and your viewing and listening audience. I do not have any written testimony, but I am going to make some statements as a bit of an update to where we are.
Mr. Williams, do you know it's customary when you come before the Senate and based on the letter that was sent to you to provide to the Senate, to this body and this committee, a testimony in writing?
No, I was not aware of that. I thought it was optional for us. I didn't know that we were required to actually submit a written testimony.
The letter that was...
I mean, the hearing we were at, not that I'm comparing this one to that, but the hearing we were at I think it was the Committee of the Whole back in March. Again, we did not have any written testimony, but we were present to answer any questions.
The letter that was sent to VAGL clearly indicates the request for you to be present and to provide written testimony to this committee on the update on the status of the racetrack.
Well, I do apologize for that, Senator. That might have been an oversight on our part. Okay, so I do apologize.
You may proceed.
Yes, so what I'm going to do basically is just kind of give a little bit of an update from what was said by our CFO and managing partner, Andrew Dubuque, back at that same meeting I referenced. I, however, want to make sure I say this, Senator, and I think me in some talks you and I have had with Andrew, we made that clear. I do want to say that I am limited by the information that I can share. Legal counsel has advised us not to make any public statement given the sensitive and the delicate situation we're in and the talks that we're having with the administration. We don't want to jeopardize the progress we have made so far. And so I am basically under a little bit of a gag order from our legal counsel. So I will not go too far. I simply can't. I have to yield to legal counsel. Okay, so I just want to make sure I put that disclaimer in. Now, since the meeting, and I think Andrew had mentioned that we were in fact having some talks with the administration, trying to get to some resolution so we can clear a path forward to move ahead in St. Croix. Since that hearing, we have had 2 meetings with the administration, we are very encouraged. The administration has been very, very responsive, very receptive. They've been open and very willing to discuss the matter with us. We've had some, I must say, we've had some very spirited conversations at times. But we are very, very happy with the progress that we've made, to the point that we very recently, and I think you heard this in the meeting yesterday with the Racing Commission, very recently we received a working document from them again, which was very encouraging. That document is being reviewed now by our team, and I'm sure we'll be getting back in short order to the administration. And I know it probably will take a little bit of a back and forth, but I see great progress made. Certainly, when we began these discussions back in January to now, a lot of progress has been made. I will be the first to say I certainly wish that things had gone and would go faster. I know everybody's frustrated The horsemen obviously are frustrated. The horse racing fans, I myself am frustrated, but I also recognize too that given the climate especially with this situation, everyone is being really cautious to make sure that again you cross the T's, dot the I's, and everything is can move forward. So. Like I said, we've received that document recently, and we're looking at that. In the meantime, however, we have developed and closing out a bit of a rendition to the Randall Dock James track. I had an opportunity to glance at that. In fact, we have some meetings internally with that tomorrow. I think that is something that will be very much appreciated once we're able to release that. Once we can close out the talks that we're having and successfully come to that conclusion, I think the community will be very, very happy with what's being proposed. And of course, at that time, we'll be willing to share all that information with you. But we've got to conclude the talks that we're having successfully. And I do believe that that's going to happen. Like I said, the administration has certainly been very responsive and willing to work with us. And that's kind of where we are at this point. But again, I cannot go beyond that. I'll certainly answer any questions to the extent that I can. But I'm very limited by what I can actually offer. Certainly, I'm sure if our legal counsel is listening to this, they'd probably be disappointed and say that I've already gone too far. But in the interest of attending this meeting and sharing as much information as I can, here I am.
All right, Mr. Williams, thank you for attending and being here this afternoon and making yourself available to answer any questions my colleagues may have.
And again, I certainly apologize about the written testimony. I'll make sure that does not happen again.
Acknowledged. I just want for the record, I think it's important to note for the record that invitation to this hearing was issued, I believe about a month ago, and I was very concerned when I learned that Southland Gaming did not send testimony or representative, but I would like that what they sent along with the correspondence be read into the record. But before that, I would like the letter that we sent to them to be read into the record.
May 23rd, 2022. Mr. Bobby Huckabee, CEO/President, Southland Gaming of the Virgin Islands. 1003 Estate Ross, 38 St. Thomas, USVI 00802. Dear Mr. Huckabee, on Saturday, May 21st, 2022, I received your letter informing the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation of your inability to participate in the legislative hearing set for May 24th, 2022. As you know, Southland Gaming was asked to testify on the status of the Virgin Islands horse racing industry, focusing on the development agreement between the GVI and Southland Gaming for the Clinton E. Phipps racetrack, as noted in your invitation letter dated May 6, 2022. It is critical to this community that we ensure that Southland is taking every step to move the sport of horse racing forward, and your participation remains essential. Further, it is noted that in lieu of your participation or written testimony, Southland has deemed it appropriate to simply provide the committee with a report previously prepared for the Horse Racing Commission. Southland's response is troubling for a number of reasons, to include that the invitation was received on May 6, yet waited until May 21st to inform the committee that you would not be able to participate, knowing that your absence will prevent senators from obtaining critical information and asking questions on behalf of our constituency. Additionally, Southland did not even make an effort to submit testimony to this body for the record. Given the importance of this matter and Southland Gaming's long-term commitment to doing business in the Virgin Islands, I trust you will reconsider your position and send a team member to participate in Tuesday's hearing. Due to time constraints, I will allow you or your representative to participate in the meeting remotely via Teams. Sincerely, Senator Carrion, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Can you, Madam Clerk, read into the record what they attached with their transmittal letter?
Horse Racing Commission, Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack Redevelopment Status Report, submitted by Southland Gaming of the Virgin Islands, Inc., dated May 20th, 2022. Number 1, cleanup and assessment. SGVI participated in a cleanup/assessment project at the Clinton Phipps Racetrack with volunteers from the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation and a group of horse owners on April 16, 2022. 3 large dumpsters of trash and debris were removed from the property. A harrow, a sealer, and a rock picker were recovered from the bushes at the eastern end of the track where a damaged water struct still remains. The rock picker and a harrow may be usable and further assessment and repairs. There are also 2 partially filled large dumpsters belonging to one of VIGL's contractors which remain on site along with other large items such as abandoned cars and trucks, vehicle parts, and abandoned and deteriorating horse trailers that needs to be removed. VIGL has a motor grader and the starting gate still on the track. It is our understanding that the grader is not functional and has been in the same spot for almost 3 years. A tractor belonging to the department was partially repaired and moved for further evaluation and maintenance and may have some sort of temporary useful life. Number 2, interim racing. Section 5C of the development agreement provides, during construction of the project, developers shall cooperate in good faith with the government and VIGL to the extent VIGL is involved in interim racing to allow for interim horse racing at the property if desired by the government and as allowed by law, to the extent such activities do not unreasonably interfere with the construction activities contemplated hereunder or pose an unreasonable safety risk. B. SGVI intends to cooperate with the government and horsemen to facilitate interim horse racing if desired by the government and as allowed by law, to the extent such activities do not unreasonably interfere with the construction activities or pose an unreasonable safety risk. C. SGVI will not be the promoter. SGVI will work with whoever the Racing Commission approves and authorizes as the promoter of interim racing. It is our understanding that in order for this activity to take place, the running surface has to be prepared and maintained. There are bushes growing out of the surface and on the inside and outside that needs to be uprooted, and the infield, these trees around the surface needs to be manicured. There appears to be a need for a water truck, a new tractor to pull the starting gate, and possibly a harrow and rock picker depending on the evaluation of the old ones. D. SGVI will contribute money to the purses for interim racing as agreed in the settlement agreement with the government. 3. Design documents. Engineering and architectural plans have been 65% completed 1.5 months ago, before the legislative session. SGVI provided those plans to the government and legislature and can give copies to the Horse Racing Commission. Our architects and engineers are currently working to complete the design documents. 4. Ongoing work. SGVI civil engineers and development team were on the racetrack Monday and Tuesday, May 16th and 17th. They physically walked the entire facility, reviewed, tweaked, and confirmed several aspects of the design after some discussion with a few horse owners present. The development team has been instructed to expedite the completion of the architectural plans and get them ready for approval and permits. 5. Access agreement. Before construction starts, SGVI will work with the government to enter into an access agreement to memorialize SGVI's possession of and the access to the property for purposes of construction. SGVI is hopeful that this process can be finalized in the very near future in anticipation of beginning of preliminary site work and construction. 6. project timeline, construction schedule, and permitting. SGVI will prepare a more detailed project timeline and construction schedule after completing the design documents. Our development team is busy working on these matters currently, and we want to move forward as quickly as possible. The development agreement calls for the completion within 42 months, but we intend and anticipate being able to complete the full development project much sooner. That's the end of SGVI's update.
And for the record, what Madam Clerk just read is what was submitted to the Horse Racing Commission. This is dated May 20th, 2022. It's not addressed to this committee or this body. It's just a copy of what was submitted to the commission. I would like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, thank you for being with us this afternoon. Your point of inquiry is recognize Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you and my colleagues. I wanted to ask Mr. Williams, in light of in respect to the gag order that you're under this afternoon, whether or not there have been any discussion whatsoever with the St. Croix Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association in respect to the forward movement that you intend to accomplish. You talk about path forward. Have there been any engagement with the Horsemen Association in regards to that?
Thank you, Senator. We did have a meeting with the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. I don't remember the exact date. I don't know, Marcus, if you remember. It was sometime in April, I would say. We did have a conversation with them about that, and again, just letting them know that we're still much committed to the project, and it is still our intention to move ahead. I did explain that, again, we're having these conversations and trying to clear a path forward. So yes, I did. We haven't had a conversation or a meeting since then, but I've definitely spoken on a couple of occasions to the president of the Horsemen Association.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Ms. Leonel, I want to pronounce last name correct. It's Furet? Furet. I apologize. Has the association met with Soundline Gaming after the committee of the whole hearing?
No, we haven't met with Southland since then, and I noticed it had a lot of reference of horsemen being around the track when they did disposal and stuff. I realized that they are contacting, I'm not sure which association, because we never have any correspondence from Southland Gaming in reference to what they're doing.
Thank you for stating that. Mr. Lynch, I must say, your frustration is warranted and duly noted in the testimony you shared. Before I start with my colleagues, I just want to start, if you could elaborate a little bit, what needs to be done at the track to at least create that safe surface that you're talking about in order for the horses to be able to exercise?
And Senator Dennis Lynch, Treasurer of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Just the basic construction, I would say, in relations to the surface, you're going to need to come back over with probably some rotten rock, some caliche to compact the surface. Being that over time you had a lot of rainfall and erosion, it washes away the base of the track. So basically what everybody sees is the sun. The sun is the last product that really holds the finished product for the track. But being that they virtually hasn't done anything for about 5 years, give or take, that bottom compaction has deteriorated immensely. So you basically be starting from scratch in terms of layering that track and coming back up to the sun that you see blowing away every day at the surface of the Randall Jack James racetrack.
Thank you. I'm going to allow, before I continue, just allow my colleagues to ask the questions that they have. So we'll begin with Senator Carla Joseph. Carla, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Pleasant good afternoon, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Also, a pleasant good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands listening and viewing audience, as well as the testifiers. I really had hoped, and I traveled from St. Thomas in hope to be able to ask some really probing questions to all entities involved in horse racing. I'm an avid horse racing enthusiast. So I really enjoy watching the horses run around the track in both island district. It's something that I've been able to experience from a very young age, and I hope, and I still have that hope to do it again here in the Virgin Islands. So let me first begin my questioning. I understand from you, Mr. Williams, that you are limited in your discussion and what items you can discuss. But at the March Committee of the Whole meeting, there was a discussion with Mr. Dublet. Help me pronounce his last name. Just help me.
Andrew Dubuque.
Dubuque. Thank you so much. Dubuque, that's not a name I'm very familiar with. Dubuque, regarding an agreement that Virgin Islands, VIGL, and Southland Gaming were looking at. Mr. Dubuque indicated that in his testimony. Are you knowledgeable, or can you speak to where you are with that? I believe it's regarding the promotion of promoting the horse races.
Thank you, Senator Jason Williams. I believe, as I recall it, Mr. Dubuque indicated that there had been some discussion with Southland surrounding, yes, possibly promoting the track, but he went into some requirements that would be needed. I remember specifically him talking about the amount of games that would need to be on the track.
Right.
I remember that.
Right. So I wanted to know if any further discussion has taken place or dialogue has been taking place.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So thank you so much. That was the crux of my question. Now, I really wanted to also really commend the Horsemen Association in both island district. Horse racing and taking care of horses is very expensive. You have to buy feed. You have to make sure they're exercised. They're up to date with all of their vaccinations, etc. So it's a very expensive recreational sports, and we all really want to try to push sporting entertainment and sport tourism in the Virgin Islands. So my question to you is, how many horses do you have right now that are ready to run?
He's president of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Well, true that it's been so long. Normally we import a lot of horses to run in the races, but we've been breeding, and true we have the time. We have over 100 and something natives horses that's on the ground, that's training and ready to race. Once the track is fixed, they will be ready to race and move forward, and it will be very fast for guys to import horses to get race running. But
okay, so how many horses you have in St. Croix? I'm so sorry. In St. Croix, ready to run on the track, if to say
3
horse
minutes.
races would be resuming.
we would have over 100 native horses ready to race.
Ready to race.
Yes.
In St. Croix.
In St. Croix.
And because with the settlement agreement that was made, there's provisions for interim horse racing. Would you be capable and have the capacity to transport your horses to St. Thomas? Because I know that has been done in the past and vice versa as well.
Well, as of right now, we would have to get a track over here up and going so we could be able to exercise the horses and Right now, the boating is a problem to getting the horses to and from St. Croix to St. Thomas. The boat has become a problem.
Okay, so your horses aren't ready to run if you don't have the ability to exercise the horses on the track. They're not ready to run on the track quite yet because you still have to exercise them. Is that what you're representing?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, all right, so I am clear on that. Ms. Fuertes, Furet, sorry.
Yes?
Please help me with your pronunciation of your surname. I don't want to mispronounce it.
Sure. My name is Leonille Furet.
Furet, okay, thank you. Ms. Furet, how many horses does your association have that are ready to run? If, say, horse racing resumes in September.
Presently, we would not be able to have any horses to run because the surface, it's not usable. We have trees, as mentioned in a statement before I heard, coming out of our surface. So none of the horses is safe to go out there to train for any races, no upcoming races.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I just wanted to see how, in the probability about getting horse racing up and moving forward. Commissioner White is not here, but let me put another question to the flamboyant Horse
30
Racemen Association. When was the last time, I wasn't clear, that you ran horse races in the St. Croix district?
2017.
Before the storms?
Yes.
Okay. And since then, nothing has happened?
Nothing.
Nothing, not even, okay. And I know there was movement to have the bush races over here. I ain't going there, but I want to ask that question still. Mr. Chairman, may I just wrap up, please?
You may wrap up.
Thank you kindly. Did anything happen? Did you guys run any of your races there with the bush races and the like?
No, as you may know, the last time we had bush racing, they digged up the place where we was running, and we was removed from the location, and nothing else has been done.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman,
You're
for
welcome.
the time. And thank you, testifiers.
You're welcome. Senator Francis, you recognize your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. One time we can sanction bush races, next time we want them to run in the bush. I want to thank you for your testimony, and I came here today with the intention to hopefully bring some relief, at least some answers to our horse racing fans. Unfortunately, we won't be able to do that today because everywhere I go, the question is often being asked, what is being done? When are we going to be able to run these horses? We're spending a lot of money on these horses, feeding them. We're ready to sell them. We're ready to ship them off island. What is being done to bring some resolve? 777 days. 777 days, and usually 777 denotes perfection, completeness, and spirituality. And today, we're no closer to bringing some resolve to these individuals that's here before us. What is it, the chicken or the egg? I mean, at what point are we going to at least allow them to be able to, again, train the horses, be able to exercise them so that they could, if and when a track is done, whether it's here, St. Thomas, or elsewhere, that they'll be able to run. What is the status and what is the discussion in regards to some interim resolve to these individuals? Mr. Williams.
Okay. Senator, thank you, Jason Williams. At this point, there hasn't been any discussion in our circle, VIGL, I'm referring to, in terms of any interim racing or possibly training horse, or making the track available for training at this point. Our entire focus has been trying to get to a point where we can have an agreement that we can move forward and begin developing the racetrack project. That's kind of where we are. I do understand what you're saying. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I do understand what you're saying and the frustration. I mean, I get the same thing. I can't go anywhere on St. Chris and Thomas, for that matter, too, without someone, assaulting me or attacking me about horse racing and the lack thereof. So I definitely share the same frustration like you, but it's a process.
So one of the things that I kind of was hoping that will happen, I know that there was some discussion with investors that may have been interested in being able to assist in moving the track forward. Those talks continuing? Have those fell apart? Where are we with the discussion in respect to that?
You said investors. You said that
Investors to support the outbuilt of the track. Yes.
Okay. We have had some discussion. Again, I can't get too deep into it, but we have had some discussion with potential investors. A very reputable company. I'm not at liberty to say, but we've had others in the past too. That people that express some interest. So I am cautiously optimistic that with the new group that has expressed some interest. That we can get there. As a matter of fact, we do have a meeting with them again tomorrow. So I'm very positive about that, and I must say it's a very, very reputable company, and I look forward to good things, and hopefully again that we can come to some resolution and complete some agreement with them to invest in the project.
I hate to beat a dead horse, no pun intended.
3 minutes.
But the discussion in regards to your talks with the government, and that in fact you said it appears to be promising. Correct. And there seems to be some light at the end of the tunnel.
Correct.
Why have there been some discussion again with the horse owners here, so that at least you bring them some relief, or at least give them an opportunity to have a seat at the table in regards to that discussion?
Well, we did have a meeting with the horse. I referred to that earlier. We did have a meeting with the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association back
I'm talking about since you have met with the administration. You mentioned, and that in fact there's an agreement afoot. So I'm saying, why have you at least reach out to them and at least have a discussion so that they could have a seat at the table?
Senator, that both parties at this point just feel that given the critical nature and the sensitivity and the delicate position that we're in, that those discussions are left for just the administration and us at this point. Now, there will be an opportunity once we can come to an agreement that where the horsemen will be able to participate, or the Horsemen Association. But at this point, both parties just feel that it's better that it's kept between us at this stage.
Mr. Knight, in terms of stables preparation, track preparation, what is your expectation? What is it like at this point? I mean, the horses are just eating. What is happening with these horses at this point? I know you mentioned about some breeding going on, but still those new horses, natives still have to eat. So what is happening in that area?
Is your mic on?
Straighten it out. Go ahead.
Good now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
1
good
minute.
afternoon. So basically, what's happening, the horses, them are just eating. Me, myself, right now, I have 7 horses I'm feeding. Everybody, like some of the guys who feel like they want to keep the horse doing something, they carry them to the beach to give them a little exercise. But right now, the horses are just eating and trying to keep them alive. Because it's very hard.
How long you continue to do that for?
Me, I'm different than everybody. I love horse racing. I done this thing from 1991, from time I born. And ain't going no way. And I'm going to try and do it as long as I could do it. I venture out to Florida and start owning horses in Florida. So that's where me as an individual get some of this off of my mind
30
to
seconds.
keep going. But I don't know how long we could keep it going.
Very well. I think my time is about to be expired, and all I can say is that again, I'm hoping and praying that we could bring some relief, or at least establish some timeline that could bring some semblance of a way forward in this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. Listen, we feel your frustration, and I think I'm feeling, especially in this meeting this afternoon, feeling as frustrated as horsemen feel. The fact that there is no timeline, is there anything that you, Mr. Williams, can share regards to a timeline?
Carry on, Jason Williams. At this point, I simply can't. I mean, you know, we have to get to a conclusion on the talks that we're having. I certainly hope that it goes much faster than it has been going, but until we can get to that point, there's no timeline I can really provide at this stage. But believe me, we are, you know, every ounce of energy I have is directed at this situation and trying to get to the point where we can conclude these talks successfully. That's my entire focus at this point. I mean, I know that's not much to go on, Senator. Let me say, I'll be the first to say, I know that's not much to go on, but you know that's what it is at this point.
Senator DeGraaf, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to put out that you give a special recognition out to the individuals who here in the chambers over here. We bearing the heat. It's about 95 degrees and we sweating. You know, so you know, but again, we all felt it very important to be here because of the topic. Now, Mr. Williams, one question I have, I know you're your gag order, but who attends the meeting with the administration? Is it your top level individuals? So once an agreement is made, it's made at that level, or does it have to go to another level in your organization?
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Again, Jason Williams. Yes, our CFO and managing partner, Andrew Dubuque, myself, we are in those meetings.
Okay, so once you guys sign off, that's it.
Yeah, and you know, I don't know if you heard earlier, but Andrew Dubuque is the CFO and managing partner for VIGL, so the buck really stops with him. Okay?
Okay, you've heard, is there any facet that can move forward outside of the talks, the running surface? Anything can be done with the running surface, or everything is promulgated purely upon the conversations and the forward movement?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, so for the gentleman for the horse racing on St. Croix, how do you deal with your horses? Where do you breed your horses? Where do you train your horses now, you know, as it stands?
Good afternoon, Senator Dennis Lynch, Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Just to expound on the rhetoric that Mr. Knight just carefully placed before Senator Francis. You know, this touches on several different aspects of the community. You know, when you speak about the horses and where they train and how they eat, unless you have the monetary compensation to purchase land, that's a very expensive venture. Land is the only way that you have a successful breeding program. Unless you have that readily available, there's no way you could breed and house a horse. That's why it's so important to have the stables at the track ready to run for those natives, for the horses being imported, because it's an undue hardship on individuals who cannot afford to build a stable, can't afford to purchase an acre of land or even a half acre of land to designate a breeding program. So right now, if you don't have those resources available to you, you basically have to grade out a different part in the land and use that as a training exercise track for yourself for these natives. Now, when you go ahead and do something like that, you could even damage your horse hoofs because it's not the correct surface for these horses to be training on. So it's one problem building upon another. So it's not a matter of fact that you're being resourceful in trying to help yourself in terms of moving the industry forward. You're actually crippling the horses. You're actually taking a step back, in more accurate terms, in trying to keep the industry alive because you don't have the requisite resources needed to train these horses appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams, who owns the Randall Doc James racetrack?
Who owns it? The government of the Virgin Islands own it.
Okay, so
3
it's
minutes.
a lease agreement is the conversation we're talking about?
Yes, we do have a lease agreement for well, we have a lease agreement for some additional property adjacent to the Randall Doc James track. We do not at this point, or I shouldn't say that. Actually, we do have a temporary agreement which gives us possession of the track right now as it stands.
Right, that was exactly what I thought. But then could you shed a little more light in terms of if you have the lease agreement, so the running surface, can that be worked on at least for the horses to be maintained in terms of, you know, the livelihood that the gentlemen spend their money on?
Senator, again, Jason Williams, that was actually asked in a meeting that we had with the Horsemen Association. And what I'm saying is that at this point, we are more focused at this stage on trying to get to construction. It's been so long. We're just trying to get to a point where we can begin to construct the track. And then as that move along, then we'll see where we can go in terms of a running surface. But at this point, we can always go back and review and look at that. But at this point, that's kind of where we are. Just trying to stay focused on getting to the point where we can move to construction.
Believe me, Mr. Williams, with all due respect, I clearly understand what you are saying. But I think in terms of industry, building of the facility, and the horsemen providing their horses, their prized possessions for the entertainment. But again, if we can go ahead, because you already own the lease agreement to the track, get it to the point where those individuals can start, you know, preparing their horses, you can continue forward with everything else. You know, I understood if you didn't own a lease agreement to the property, fine, we don't want, you know, but right now you own it. So again, it's a collaboration where if we get the horsemen involved, purely that specific area might not be much, but it's a start.
30 seconds.
You know, I think versus shutting down everybody moving forward. Again, I'm not trying to be insensitive to your cause and just push the other, but I think as an industry, you ain't gonna have an industry if these gentlemen don't survive. And gentlemen and ladies, if they don't survive, you don't have an industry. So I think if we sit down with them, have that conversation with them, and say, hey, at least we could provide or try to provide this, that they can start getting their horses ready while you work on the other meetings rather than nothing at all. And if I went over time, Mr. Chair, I didn't hear it, I do apologize. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. I really don't like asking questions to anybody that can't answer my question. I really don't like it. Pretty much a waste of my time. But Mr. Huckabee have all right to not show up here today. He got bill number 340224 passed. And if I'm listening to Ms. Furette, the statement that Mr. Huckabee wrote here is not consistent to what Ms. Furette is seeing what's going on the island of St. Thomas. And when this measure came here, my good colleague across the aisle from St. Thomas had believed that we're going to have carnival race. And now my good colleague is asking these horsemen if the horses are ready to run. Run where? Where you going to run them? Where you gonna run your horse if you get them ready? Maybe they got a track in the backyard over there someplace. Because you could get your horse all ready you want. There isn't going to be no horse racing in the Virgin Islands this year. Let me make it clear. There will be none. And I'll wager on that. I'm a wagering man. There won't be no horse racing in the entire Virgin Island this year. And I'm going to try to ask Mr. Williams, Jason Williams, a question, but I don't know if I'm going to get the answer. And my colleague across the aisle there was asking you about the racing surface. Now, is there anything restricting you from fixing the racing surface? Hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, Senator Johnson, Jason Williams. There is nothing necessarily stopping us from fixing the running surface. Of course, it obviously has to be coordinated. We have had and already spoke to and been in contact with people that do install surfaces and what have you. So, but no, to answer your question, no, there isn't
Okay, good.
anything. Right.
Thank you. And I say that to say this. There's one senator in the 34th legislature that knows more about horse racing than me. One. That's Senator Villy. I've been around horse racing. I've assisted with grooming and training horse. So I have a little idea about this business. And if these horses stay in these stable without getting that exercise, they literally can kill themselves. Am I right, gentlemen? And here you're saying to me that there's nothing stopping you from fixing the racing surface. I beg and please, get back to your people. At the least, fix the racing surface so they can get these horses to exercise and not hurt themselves in the stable. When a thoroughbred horse stay in a stable, eat, drink, ain't nothing about relaxing. You're gonna start kicking, you're gonna start beating the stable, and he actually mash himself up in the stable. Please help me, Mr. Knight. Am I right?
Mr. Johnson, you're 100% correct.
Mr. Lynch, am I right with what I'm saying?
So you are completely correct with that statement.
And I need from Mr. Williams and my colleagues to understand the seriousness of getting this surface, because if you say you have intention, you say that the government and you are having good conversation, then it will be in your best interest if you're going to build this track to prepare the racing surface at the least. Because if you're going to build the track, you got to fix the surface. Help me, please.
Senator, I
3 minutes.
Senator Johnson, I understand what you're saying. I understand your frustration, and again, it's something that we'll consider. We'll talk about again. But at this point, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we're going to put the surface down or give you a time frame for that at this point.
I appreciate if you could get back to your folks and have that discussion. Now, you say you've been in discussion with the administration, and that discussion was not including the horsemen. You guys had discussions separately. There's no horse racing without horsemen. There's none. And you and the government could make all your agreements and plan. And if they're not involved into this agreement and plan, where do we go? Because then they're going to be the first one to say, we ain't carrying our house down there under these conditions. So I feel that it's a little disrespectful to not at least include them in some of your dialogue. You don't have to break down penny for penny, dime for dime, but sit down with them. Have these discussions. It's very frustrating for me, who is not in the horse racing business at this time, to hear the plight that these men are going through. And feeding the horse, nobody reach out to assist them with that. You're talking about 100 horse people feeding? It's a very, very expensive cost. And we're sitting here with this game, and as I said, Mr. Huckabee had all right to do it because he get what he want. Ms. Furette, if you're online, please.
I'm here.
Good day, how you doing?
I'm good. And yourself?
Fine, thanks. You said that there's 3 horses that probably goes out on the track, and you kind of alluded that these guys are taking a risk. In saying that, expand on it a little bit, what you mean by taking a risk. The surface is in bad condition over there?
Yes, the surface is deplorable because we have trees and it has been eroded on one side that washes down when it has rain. You can't see the back end of the track because the mangrove have grown so high. It's
But Mr. Huckabee sent a big report
30
that he had to
seconds.
clean up. Since that bill passed, you're saying to me nobody from Southland Gaming have met with you guys?
No, no one has met with the St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association. And like I say, I don't know who they have met with because we haven't had any correspondence. And the last meeting that we did have with Southland Gaming, which happened before the committee of the whole meeting in March, was that we were going to have a committee that we're going to form so everybody would be informed and on the same page. And like I said, that since has not happened.
Mr. Chair, I want to say thank you. I don't like beating dead horses because they can't win race. But I assure you, this business of horse racing is a very serious business. People of the territory love it as a sport, and we're killing it very slowly. We have done nothing to assist and help this to move forward. Bill number 340224 is a bill that I will remember as long as I'm inside this body. And I said it, that it was not about horse racing. And Mr. Huckabee, you're proving to me that I was right. You're proving to me that I was right. That's all I have to say here today. I don't want to really lose it here today. But it's frustrating listening to even VIGL and their testifiers without coming with a testimony here. It's frustrating that Mr. Huckabee could just not show up and he have nobody, but when he been to the bill, to the session for this bill, he had a whole team to answer every question. And today nobody can show up to represent. He had a whole team, I said. Don't tell me he had a team.
Senator.
You know, so I must say that we must take it more serious and start subpoenaing them to these hearings. Let them come here and answer the real question. We've been too kind with a lot of folks that we're trying to get information from. When they don't show up on a case like this, Mr. Chair, the next time you're having a hearing, don't invite them. Subpoena them to your hearing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your line of questioning. It is, I think, one of the words that we will continue to hear, which might be the word of the day, is frustrating. And even more so for the horsemen. I mean, we here feel a level of frustration, but no one feels it like the horsemen of this territory who have had to endure since 2017 what's been happening. And it's like they say, you know, when the elephants come out to fight, the grass is trampled upon, and it's the one that suffer. And the only ones that have suffered long enough has been horsemen of our community. And it has to stop. So we urge all those in power to be in the negotiation process to do what is necessary so that the horsemen of this territory can once again get to what they love and what's a business for them, because we tend to forget that it's not only a passion, but it's also a business, and they need to have a seat at the table. Senator James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you for the time. My good friend went over about 30 seconds and you cut him off. I went over 5 seconds all and you cut me off. But it is what it is. But here it is. Act number 8020 was passed. Act number 8256 as well was passed. And these two bills pertain to the horse racing industry. Act 8256 was passed in the 33rd legislature. How I know? Because that was passed in my committee. And that spoke to restructuring the Horse Racing Commission. So my question to the Horse Racing Commission ever since Act number 8256 was passed to restructure the Horse Racing Commission. So nobody for the Horse Racing Commission, eh? Well, my piece, I thought the lady was representing the Horse Racing Commission. Stand corrected. What are we having this meeting for? But anyway, I will tell you this much. This body need to request the minutes and the meetings from the Horse Racing Commission for the past 2 years. We need to find out what was being discussed. And that's why I'm a little bit disappointed. Because, Mr. Williams, you know, in the 33rd legislature, we had about 4 different hearings. Even though VIGL couldn't come at the time because of the issue with the court, we brought the Horse Racing Commission, we brought the Horsemen Association from the St. Croix District and the St. Thomas District to find out what's going on because there was some level of no transparency. But my question to Mr. Jason Williams, if you can, media, if you just put it up on the screen. Mr. Williams, if you could kindly tell me, in this picture, what was discussed at this press conference that was held last year in Government House? Can you place it on the record?
Yeah, Senator James, Jason Williams. That picture was taken the day that the first amendment to the franchise agreement was signed.
For the person out there who
first
do not...
amendment to the franchise agreement.
For the average person who do not know what that means, can you explain it and go in more details when you mean the First Amendment? The First Amendment of the Constitution, go in details.
No, it essentially, in a nutshell, separated or the St. Thomas project from the St. Croix project. So it gave us an avenue where we can move ahead with St. Croix, not giving up our rights to the St. Thomas tract, but just simply putting it aside until the legal matter is resolved.
And for those individuals who are listening, what do you mean give up your rights to the St. Thomas tract?
Well, again, all we did was just bifurcated and separated. The franchise agreement calls for the development of both the St. Thomas and St. Croix racetracks, so 2 tracks under 1 contract.
Understood.
The temporary, not temporary, but the First Amendment simply bifurcated that and gave us the opportunity now to proceed with St. Croix separately until such time that the St. Thomas issue was resolved.
And the next picture, if you may, media. March 26, 2019 is when the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks and Recreation held the first hearing. And we had VIGL in there and what have you and other stakeholders. And it was a productive hearing. Go to the next slide. And as you can see, this is the agenda. We had David Brewster, Mr. Clinton Hendrickson, Mr. Jay Watson, Mr. Jason Williams, and Mr. Calvert White. Next slide, please. April 30th, 2019. A next meeting held by Chairman James in the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks and Recreation. That was around Carnival time. And we had it right there by JFL. We had the Horse Racing Commission come in to discuss what's going on with the horse racing industry. Next slide. July 30th, 2020, right in the Orby Atley Legislative Hall. The committee will receive a status update on the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission and the promulgation of the
3
rules
minutes.
and regulations for the horse racing industry. Chaired by Chairman James. Next slide. September 27, 2019, the committee received an updated status on the Horse Racing Commission, and we discussed Bill number 33-0116 that restructured the Horse Racing Commission. The reason why I'm placing this thing on the record, right? It's an election year and I don't have time for the game. It's unfortunate that we have to be discussing this, but there were many attempts by the 33rd legislature to get the Horse Racing Commission to put the anti-doping rules. Up to now, we do not know the status of the anti-doping rules. We do not have any minutes or meetings before us to let us know what's discussed in the Horse Racing Commission. I'm asking for this body, this committee, at a later time to please bring in these stakeholders because there's a lack of transparency. And they seem like it's some big disconnect, like we're not talking with each other. It's a small knit community. 1 hospital, 1 Wendy's, 1 movie theater. Let's stop playing games. But I'll tell you this much. The reason why I put up the first slide, because ever since Lance Griffith left, it seems like there has been a change in the hearts and minds of VIGL. So my question to Mr. Williams, You said at the time we bifurcated the deal between St. Croix and St. Thomas Horse Trucks. Whatever happened to that discussion and why up to this date we are not seeing eye to eye?
We are not, Jason Williams, when you say we're not, I'm not sure I understand your question when you say we're not seeing eye to eye. What, I'm not sure I know.
The reason why I'm asking you this, there are people who are painting a narrative, and I'm happy that you're saying on the record. You said time after time, you and the administration, which is VIGL and administration,
correct,
are having good conversations, right?
Yes, I said that,
fruitful
yes.
and productive conversation, but
I
there's a
did say
narrative out there that is not. So what I'm asking you, and this is just for the
1
listening
minute.
and viewing audience, because they don't know everything that's going on. But June of 2021, when y'all met with VIG, with the VIGL met with the governor, that the deal was to bifurcate the agreement. Ever since Lance Griffith left, it seemed there has been some change of heart. Yes or no?
No, well, not with respect to moving ahead in St. Croix. There hasn't been any change in that position.
So what really and truly stops you all from moving
30
forward with the
seconds.
St. Croix track? Is it finance? You don't have the money to move forward? What is it? Let's be transparent. What is stopping you from moving forward with the St. Croix track? Because obviously the St. Thomas issue doesn't affect St. Croix. So place it on the record.
Well, given all that has happened, and as, of course, as you know, and as everybody in this room knows, there's the project has been plagued by legal issues. Given all of that,
Time.
there was an opportunity in talking with the administration. There was an opportunity for us to talk and discuss some points that would put us put everyone more so in a more favorable position to move ahead. So that's what we decided to do, and the administration again was responsive and receptive to the idea, and that's where we are. So that's the discussion that we've been having. How do we get to a point? And like I said, it's been successful so far, as clearly evident by the working document that we received. But that's what happened. That's what has led to the talks that we've been having with the administration.
Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up with us one last question and we'll end right there?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Bill number 34.0224 came as a result of the bifurcation of the agreement. Most of it, right?
I can't speak to why the bill came about. That would be. I can't speak to why it came about. You're referring to the bill that was vetted in the legislature a couple of months ago, right?
To bifurcate the agreement.
I can't speak to why that bill was sent down or anything. As a matter of fact, I think the day of the hearing, Andrew Dubuque had indicated that we hadn't even seen it. So I can't speak to. We didn't.
I don't want to
submit it.
abuse my time. I'll
Thank
wait
you.
till the second round. Thank you for the time.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. Mr. Chair, let me thank you for running your committee as you should. And I hope that the people of the Virgin Islands that's watching and listening to this see who the real juvenile is in the room. Why am I not surprised that the big wigs, you call them, have no interest in being here today? Because my colleague from Frederiksted spoke about that bill what we will never forget. And I hope some of them sitting in here in this same very room understand what's going on now, because we laid it out for them. It's not that they didn't know what was happening. They fully well know. Because when we spoke about the Sherman Antitrust Act, people went under the rocks. They said we're not doing anything wrong, etc. Of course, today, it wouldn't be considered unlawful because why? This body made it lawful. Look up what the Sherman Antitrust Act is all about. It was simply put in place to do what? To protect who? to protect against the monopolies in communities. And we still sat here and allow this monopoly to take place here in our small knit community. And now we're moving no way along. Instead, we want to come here now and instead of trying our best to see how we could get things moving, we want to be throwing words at each other and keep singing, but it's an election year, it's an election year. Who cares about that? Just do your work. Just do your work. And when the vote comes, vote your conscience. And not walk off the Senate floor to go sit outside the chambers and not take a vote. Ms. Furette, I want to thank you for your candid response that nothing has taken place since this bill 0224 was passed, no communications. Mr. Knight, Mr. Lynch, again, thank you all for your testimony here today. And I'm very disappointed with VIGL that you guys came here today with no testimony. Especially after, what's his name, Mr. Dubik said that there's nothing that prohibits you all from moving forward with the St. Croix track. And if that is the case, he did say that on record. What has been done since the passage of Bill 0224, when we were in St. Thomas a couple weeks ago? What has been done on the St. Croix racetrack?
Senator Giddens, Jason Williams, nothing has been done physically on the Randall Doc James racetrack.
And why not? If nothing prohibits you from moving forward with the St. Croix racetrack?
Well, like I indicated earlier, an opportunity has presented itself, and we've been having some conversations with the administration about clearing a path forward and trying to get
3
to an
minutes.
agreement that would.
So good, because I was going to ask next if there's any conversation whatsoever going on between you, meaning VIGL, the administration, and Southland Gaming. So you're saying that there's conversations going on now that's looking promising?
That's correct. And to just, if I may, no, there's no conversation, at least not to my knowledge, and I've spoken with Mr. Dubuque up to yesterday. There's no conversation, ongoing conversation with Southland Gaming.
Okay, so your conversation is with who, so we could be clear?
The administration.
So, and is there anything in your conversation that can make the people of the Virgin Islands feel comfortable in knowing that progress is being made?
Like I said earlier, yes, I certainly feel very optimistic. We had a working document submitted to us from the administration showing, again, the responsiveness, and that's being reviewed right now by in our circle with our team, and we'll be returning that to them shortly. But yes, and also the fact that, again, we do have a meeting tomorrow scheduled wherein we're finishing up our rendition of the project.
At what point do you believe that VIGL will be able to come forward to the people of the territory, and especially the people of St. Croix, to say when they will be able to see movement?
Senator, that's kind of difficult for me to say at this point. I really can't give a timeline because a lot is not, some of it is not, it's not on us. I mean, we are having these conversations.
So you are comfortable with just kicking the can down the road with an entity that just actually kicked dirt in your face and moving forward?
1 minute.
An entity that kicked dirt in our face?
That's exactly what I said.
Who are
That's
you?
exactly
Who
what
are
I
you
said.
referring
Speaking to the passage of Bill number 0224. So you're saying that we're just comfortable with kicking the can down the road, that at no point you see where you can come to the people of this territory, and again, specifically those in St. Croix, to say how progress is being made?
30 seconds.
Senator,
let's move on, because I'm agreeing now with my good colleague to my left that it seemed like you come here with a gag order as well. And it's not sitting comfortable with me today. I want to ask Ms. Furette, Mr. Knight, and Mr. Lynch, and giving credit to the Vice President, because I heard him spoke about that some months ago. Have anyone from the administration, if I may conclude,
You may wrap up, Senator.
have anyone from the administration contacted the Horsemen Association regarding assisting you guys with any COVID funding or anything to assist with the feeding of your animals or even veterinary services? Because this must be hard for you guys not being able to have races and being able to make any money.
We haven't received any correspondence from the government.
Thank you, Ms. Furette. St. Croix?
Up to several, like 2 weeks ago, Mr. Carrion reached out to the president to try and assist us with some funds. But before that, nothing.
Right, so no extension from the administration?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Gittins, and thank you for your line of questioning. Definitely, assistance is needed, and that's why in conversations with the St. Croix Flamboyant Horsemen Association, and we are scheduled to reach out also to the St. Thomas Association to find out, have a list of members that they have, because they are entitled also for some relief. We've been able to provide relief to many in our community, and fishermen, and teachers and nurses. Everybody's been getting some funds available, and I believe very strongly that the horsemen in our community have suffered long enough, and they deserve some relief also. So we are looking forward to having those conversations, continue to having those conversations, and be able to identify funds to bring some relief to the horsemen in our community that been for years now on carrying this load. That in part, the government is responsible for litigations and things that have transpired. Moving right along, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure. Good afternoon to my colleagues, afternoon to the testifiers, to the people of this territory. The first set of questions I want to jump into to get some clarity on, as it relates to the bifurcation of the contract, could you please share with me and educate the public, outside of the legal request, because there were some legal issues going on in the District of St. Thomas, St. John, what exactly does it mean when the track getting rebuilt and in St. Croix and St. Thomas was bifurcated from the contract? Could you share with the public exactly what that means?
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I think your camera, is it off?
No, it's on.
Please hold the senator's time.
I'm seeing myself. I don't know if it's, is it not showing?
Could be the internet. We're not seeing it.
Okay, well, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, so proceed.
Okay, I do apologize, but my camera is on. I want an explanation in regard to Mr. Williams. Could you share with us in regard to the bifurcation and let the public know exactly what that meant?
Heiliger, Jason Williams. So what happened again? The original franchise agreement had the two tracks under the one agreement. What the bifurcation did was, again, provided an opportunity now for St. Croix to be separated, in the sense that we're able to move ahead with St. Croix development while
okay, so they were both separated. Did VIGL give up their right to build? Did they give up their right to build the horse track in St. Thomas during that bifurcation and retain the right for promotion? Or did they retain both the rights for promotion and building the track, as well as in St. Thomas and St. Croix?
We did not give up any rights to St. Thomas. We did not give up the rights under our franchise agreement to the St. Thomas track.
Okay. So according to what you're saying, VIGL still had the option to build out the track in St. Thomas as well as they do in St. Croix. Now, the reason why they chose to do this is because of the legal issue, and they wanted to focus on getting the project done in St. Croix. And I keep listening, and I've been here for the inception of this block, and I keep listening to all the responses, and no one is really giving me a definitive answer as to why St. Croix is still stalled. Because if the issue was to separate them so that we don't have an issue with building out St. Croix while we figured out what the deal was going to happen with the District of St. Thomas, St. John, at the committee of the whole meeting, when I asked the question, was it an issue of finances? I was expressly told it has nothing to do with money. You guys have the money to build this. We said, well, okay, since you bifurcated and separated them, what is the holdup? We were then told it was an issue because of COVID and revenues coming in. And there was a whole concern about putting out monies. And so when I'm hearing that there's another discussion and there's a potential holdup because of a potential possibility that might be coming down the pipeline that you're discussing, you could understand why me as a representative and the horsemen and the other senators are very much concerned, because we're getting different messages for the same question we all keep asking over and over again. So I was solid in getting the understanding that COVID was the issue for the holdup the last time.
3 minutes.
But now you're telling me it's something totally different. So as a senator, I don't even know what to understand or accept from anyone anymore, because I'm trying to represent the people the best way I know how, but I'm getting different answers. Now you're here representing VIGL and you're telling me you really can't respond to a lot of things. So I'm here in a cloud of confusion, because first let's bifurcate so St. Croix can move ahead. Then it's COVID. Then it's we're talking to the administration because we have another opportunity. What is it? I don't think the men and women of St. Croix at this point, who they clearly said they have over 100 horses they're trying to feed, they want to know the answers. And I'm representing them. I want to know. Can somebody give me a definitive answer?
Senator Heiliger, Jason Williams, I believe at that hearing that you referred to back in March, I believe that Mr. Andrew Dubuque, in fact, I know that Mr. Andrew Dubuque also mentioned that we were having some discussions with the administration, again, leading to or trying to clear a path to move forward in St. Croix. So I know you're saying that we said that he said COVID and.
No, okay, quick question. When you guys bifurcated, did you not understand that that would have been your pathway to move ahead? Or are you saying that since the bifurcation, other issues came up that you're now trying to deal with?
Well,
because you go ahead.
Yeah, well, certainly there's been some other issues. Again, I'm not going to speak necessarily to that.
1 minute.
But there's been some other issues, obviously.
Okay. Well, I think for me as a member of the 34th legislature, when I made my decision to support Bill number 224, part of the reason had to do with the fact that when I heard testimony at the committee of the whole, I think some of the, one of the individuals from the horsemen organizations, they had expressed that they already had their deal with VIGL, and they really didn't have any mortar in the pestle with what was going on with St. Thomas, St. John District. I literally got the impression that, okay, you guys bifurcated to make sure that you are dealing with this. Part of the negotiating process to get this extended agreement was inclusive of assisting with building out a racetrack that was potentially $11 million or more
Time.
as to how it was negotiated. And I'm thinking, well, you know, if the horsemen are sharing that, you know, we got our deal here. St. Thomas, St. John.
Senator, I'm not
you
sure if you heard your time was called. You may wrap up.
My time is up. Sorry, I didn't hear. I do apologize for that. So for me, with the bifurcation, from someone that understands how important horse racing is in this territory, I was trying to make sure that both districts had a deal to guarantee that these tracks were being made and built and repaired. So it's kind of disheartening to hear the lawyered up responses, the letters written into, read into the record. I'm not getting answers, and the people want answers. The horsemen want answers. So I'm going to not overdo my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will continue if we have another round.
You're welcome, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and thank you for your line of questioning. There's a point of information, Senator Javon James.
Yes, Mr. Chair, along the same line of questioning of my good colleague from St. Thomas when she referenced the bifurcation. Earlier, I placed a picture on the screen with the governor, Mr. Jason Williams, and Lance Griffith. And I'm going to quote from the press release, and I'm going to graph it up. That press release, when they met last year, June 2021, this is what Lance Griffith said. I'd like to thank the governor and his staff for all the hard work that's gone into this amendment and what it means to allow us to continue the path forward in horse racing and also the development of St. Croix, Mr. Griffith said. We look forward to moving forward expeditiously, and we look forward to really starting an industry in the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically for St. Croix. And last but not least, the governor wrapped up the press release by saying, regarding the Clinton E. Phipps racetrack on St. Thomas, Governor Bryan said the GVI is very close to signing a non-binding agreement with Southland Gaming about management of that facility. That was in the press release. And Mr. Williams, you were there. Be mindful what you're placing on the record. Bill number 34.0224 came as a result of that meeting in Government House that bifurcated the agreement with the amendment that we made mention. Let's stop playing games with the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You want to respond?
I would like to, yes.
Mr. Williams, you're recognized.
Senator James, Jason Williams, you're saying that be careful with what I'm saying. Okay. I thought you were talking about me. Okay, all right, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Mr. Williams, just to have some clarity, does VIGL presently hold a franchise for the Clinton E. Phillips racetrack?
As far as VIGL is concerned, we still have a valid franchise agreement.
Does VIGL plan to promote races in the Clinton E. Phillips racetrack?
Yeah, again, there's some discussion, and I can't say much more beyond that at this stage.
Is VIGL still in negotiation with Southland Gaming with regards to the promotion at the Clinton E. Phillips racetrack?
As far as I am aware, we have not had a conversation with Southland recently.
When was the last time VIGL met with Southland Gaming?
Senator, I think Mr. Dubuque had mentioned that during the hearing. I don't recall exactly when it was, but I know since that hearing, we haven't come to any negotiation or agreement with Southland.
Right. Senator Blyden? Can't see if he's there. Thank
you.
Oh, you're recognized for
Chair?
you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, viewing, listening audience staff, central staff. I attended the meeting today because I wanted to actually get an update based on what your hearing requested. Can you tell me though, before I begin, who is here from the agenda, who is not here, as listed from the Honorable Carlford White? May I ask who is here from who is not here? Mr. Huckabee?
No,
Chair?
not present. No one from
So who
Southland
is
Gaming.
here?
There is no
Who is
representative from Southline Gaming, and there is no representative from the commission, and there is no representative from the Department of Sports, Park, and Rec.
Wow. Okay, thank you for that. And that is unfortunate because it is important that, you know, the horsemen and women here in the territory basically know what's going on and get an update. Since the hearing, you know, it has been very quiet. And I'm happy that you did hold a meeting this afternoon. And I apologize again, I just got back from graduations, etc. today. Nonetheless, let me see what I can garner with who's here. So, Mr. I guess the only one is here is VIGL, am I correct?
Correct. You have,
Okay, thank you for that.
Can you hold the Senator's time, Senator? You have representative here from VIGL, you have representative from the St. Thomas Horsemen Association, and from the St. Croix Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association.
Oh, very well. Okay, thank you so much. Well, good afternoon again. St. Thomas Horsemen Association. Let me start there. Who is here from the St. Thomas Horsemen Association? Is Mr. Hendrickson there?
No, Ms. Leonille Furette is representing the St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association.
Oh, hi, Ms. Fouret. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Okay, let me inquire then, since you're here on behalf of the Horsemen Association, in the St. Thomas St. John District, where are we at in respect to communication with Southland Gaming? And since the hearing, what have transpired with the industry in this district? If you can speak to that, please, for me.
Okay, since the meeting in March, we have not had any communication or correspondence from Southland Gaming.
No communications and all correspondence?
Or correspondence.
Wow. Mr. Chair, honestly, I voted in affirmative for two reasons. Number one, despite my stance in terms of the agreement and assuring that there was no exclusivity moving forward, I voted in affirmative because, number one, of the horsemen and women who have been doing what needed to be done for the past several years without having no race, feeding their horses, still doing what needs to be done in order to maintain themselves. But at the same time, number two, I was looking forward to seeing communication moving forward, you know, some type of collaboration and hearing further updates in terms of what progress is being made. But to hear and to see what's happening here today, it's unfortunate. It's disappointing to me. I know that the
3 minutes.
men and women here in the territory still, in my opinion, are being shut out of what they labor and try their best to maintain in terms of their horses and the sport. I really don't know what to say in terms of the response, the lack of communication, the lack of, in my opinion, transparency, the lack of respect for the industry and to the people here in the territory. I really was looking forward to hearing some updates from all of these individuals, to include the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. But I guess, Mr. Chair, I do not know how you're going to move forward in terms of assuring that these individuals show up to answer particular questions from us senators and others, and for the stakeholders to really get an update, since there have been no communication, no meetings since we last had our hearing here. I was pretty happy for the sport and the different associations after the last hearing. But hearing this today, it's really disappointing. And Mr. Chair, I can't understand exactly as the chair, the frustration you may be feeling at this time, because it's not right.
1 minute.
So I really honestly don't have no question, because the individuals I want to ask the questions that are here today. So I would just state on for the record, on behalf of the horsemen and horsewomen of this territory, you know, I am disappointed that we are not
30 seconds.
we do not have the opportunity to hear the response and get the update that's necessary in order for us to basically be on the same page and move forward collectively as a territory when it comes to the horse racing industry. And horse racing is a big part of our culture. And I'm speechless, to be honest with you. I really don't know what to say in respect to those individuals that needs to be here to answer the questions that we have. But Mr. Chair, nonetheless, I just say I wish you the best moving forward in respect to having these individuals come forward in order for us to get the appropriate answers necessary. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and for those that are here, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Blyden. And I can understand somewhat how you feel, because it is very disappointing, and I dare to say even a level of disrespect to this body and this committee. Senator Joseph, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to be clear that I didn't have any expectation, just for the record, of hearing that anyone, especially based on what SGVI had represented in their written agreement, that they had met with any horsemen association as it represented in their testimony. They said a group of horse owners, not a horse owner association. So that's why I didn't really bring up any issues with that. Are we good? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I will wait whether we're going to go through another round of questioning.
All right, Senator Joseph. Yes, we will have a second round of questioning. I guess it's just a matter of hearing some of my colleagues in their line of questioning. I think it just is a matter of respect to the association that has the responsibility in each district to reach out and have communications and have a seat at the table. I think it's incorrect. I could say for my part, I believe it's incorrect to meet with individual horsemen without meeting with the association per se. So that I don't think it's a proper way to conduct business. I don't think it's friendly. That's my opinion. Everybody does business differently. So that is so. Let me go ahead and ask a few questions. Ms. Furette, good afternoon to you once again. Are you still with us, representing the St. Thomas Horsemen Association?
I'm sorry, yes, I'm still with you.
Good, good. Now, based on your experience and in your estimation, or in conversations that you may have had within your association, or in conversations with Southland Gaming, when do you foresee the possibility of having a race on St. Thomas?
I would say, well, with the communication that they gave us back in March, we thought that we would have had races, I would say, within the next 8 months, 8 to 12 months. But since we are not hearing anything since then, I don't think that we can still focus on that same timeline.
So is it correct to say then that the association hasn't received then a timeline for sure?
No, we haven't received a timeline as yet on what is going forward with Southland Gaming.
And on St. Croix, Mr. Williams, there's no timeline.
Senator Carrion, Jason Williams, no, not at this point.
Also, my questions. I have some questions. It's difficult. I have some questions I would like to direct to Sports Park and Rec. The maintenance of both tracks, Mr. Williams. You said you all have a lease agreement in place, a temporary lease agreement for the St. Croix.
We have a temporary lease agreement in place, which gives us authority to be on the track right now.
For the St. Croix track?
For St. Croix, yes. Thank you for saying that. Yes, for St. Croix. We don't have any for St. Thomas.
None for St. Thomas. No. Ms. Furette, who is responsible for the maintenance of the St. Thomas track? Are you aware?
Presently, it should be Mr. Commissioner White.
So it's under Sports Park and Recreation, under that department. Okay. Trying to figure out because I think we're all put in a position here. It's very unfortunate the fact that we don't have all the stakeholders here to answer the questions, and what we're getting is just pieces here and pieces there. And it's really a disadvantage to our community, the fact that we can't get the answers that they would like to hear, given the fact that whether it's we're lacking testimonies or lacking testifiers that are not present. We will take a 1-minute recess, and then we'll consult with our colleagues to go into a second round of questioning this afternoon. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation stands in recess for 1 minute. Good afternoon. The Committee on Sports, Park, and Recreation is back out of recess. Good day. Well, after speaking to some of my colleagues and consulting, we will definitely conclude today's hearing. Today's hearing was intended to serve as an update on the 2 racetrack projects at hand to ensure that we are moving forward. And unfortunately, it's very disappointing that with both the apparent lack of progress and the lack of participation from the critical parties. I really expected better, and the territory horse racing enthusiasts also deserve better. I participated in convening the committee in the next month, where I'm going to request concrete timeline to be able to provide in the status report. We will call on the testifiers to be present on our next committee hearing to be able to really get an update of what's happening and be able to ask the questions. As you heard today, our colleagues are very frustrated. So is the horsemen associations and the horsemen enthusiasts in our community. And especially today, the fact that we couldn't really get answers because key stakeholders who were invited to testify are not present. We will be coming to an end because we just continue going around the circles without without really getting answers to the questions that we have, because we have testimonies that are missing, testifiers that are missing. But before we close, I want to acknowledge the presence of non-committee member, Senator Kurt Viele. And I'll allow him to be able to ask a couple questions. You recognize Senator Viele?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Mr. Williams, I was listening to the hearing on the radio, and I had some concerns. Did VIGL recently have a meeting with the executive branch or government house?
Senator Viele, yes, yes, we did.
About 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
Was there a discussion about a proposed path moving forward in reference to releasing the franchise agreement for St. Thomas and moving forward on St. Croix?
There was discussion. There was some discussion about clearing a path for us to move, but I can't say much beyond that.
You don't have to say much. You just have to answer as to whether or not the meeting took place and what actually took place.
Yes, there was a meeting. It did take place 3 weeks ago.
And did Government House say that in 3 weeks they would present a document to VIGL that outlined the concerns that were discussed at that meeting?
Again, I can't. I'm sorry, Senator, but I can't really offer much. What I will tell you is that the administration did provide us with a document, a working document, just recently, over the weekend, as a matter of fact.
Okay, so that's a 3 week period. So you have a working document.
We're outlining, if I may, outlining some points that we discussed, and again, I see light at the end of the tunnel at this point, and hopefully we can.
But the horse owners need to know that the horse owners need to know that something is going on, because all of the vague discussion that took place, I can't accept the vague discussion as if nothing is happening. Okay. A document by legal counsel for the executive branch was promised within 3 weeks of VIGL so that it can be signed to determine that particular pathway moving forward in reference to the franchise agreement and everything else as a result of the meeting that took place in Government House and as a result of what took place here with Southland Gaming. Has VIGL had discussion with an outside investor?
We've had discussion with a potential outside investor, correct. Not at liberty to say who, but we've had those.
I'm not going to say who.
Okay.
And has that potential investor agreed to invest in the St. Croix racetrack?
No, we don't have an agreement with them, if that's what you're asking. No. It's still being contemplated.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how close is it to that agreement? Have they shown interest in developing St. Croix?
Yes, they have. They have expressed some serious interest. As a matter of fact, we are having a meeting with them tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Yes.
Are they a part of developing renderings and plans and etc.?
Yes, as a matter of fact, that's what the meeting is about tomorrow, about some renderings that they have developed.
So the potential investor, along with the contractor, have produced renderings? Have renderings?
The potential investor?
Have renderings?
Yes.
For St. Croix?
For St. Croix. It's not 100% complete, because that's what we're discussing.
I am trying to determine that there is a discussion in reference
3 minutes
to an investor and money being invested in St. Croix. The investor have gone ahead and proceeded with having renderings as to exactly how the track, and have had discussion. Have the investor met with the contractor?
Yes, we did have a meeting.
Correct. So I think it's important to the public to know exactly what is taking place, and I am definitely 100% behind. We need action. We can't wait. We get this long timeline, everything. We need action. We want to see the St. Croix track moving. We want to see St. Thomas track moving, but we need to make sure we have action. I am here quite baffled because we had meetings back in March for the Southland Gaming Agreement. We had Mr. Huckabee, we had attorney, we had everybody sitting here saying ratify, ratify. We had the Racing Commission acting as if they were the horse owners. And today, the Racing Commission absent, Southland Gaming absent, Sports Park and Recreation, who was here this morning, absent. So what happened? We made a vote back then, and what happened to the vote? They had a Horse Racing Commission meeting, and Southland Gaming went before the Horse Racing Commission and said, we don't have anything to offer. We have nada, zilch, zero. Are they here today? No. Sports Park had a cleanup at the racetrack. I just went to the racetrack and took a video. St. Thomas racetrack is in deplorable condition. The grass ain't even cut. And it's under Sports Park and Recreation now have that jurisdiction and a responsibility to maintain St. Thomas racetrack. But when we want to play games before this body, when we want to play games that have slowed up the development of horse racing for the last 4 years by a frivolous lawsuit, and then come before this body with a settlement agreement as if we're the court.
1 minute.
And they're not here today. So all that voted for that agreement, please call them and ask them why they are not here today. They were jumping up and down. Why are they not before this body today? There is a path moving forward. That is to get out of the franchise agreement in St. Thomas, to recoup some of the monies, because haven't you invested millions of dollars in St. Thomas?
We have invested in excess of $8 million, if I'm not mistaken.
And have there been a discussion in reference to trying to recoup some of the money, and a recommendation to the executive branch as to how that could be done, so that St. Thomas could be able to move with their racetrack and develop their racetrack, and St. Croix could develop their racetrack?
Again, there's been some discussion, but I can't.
Okay, well, you being modest, but I can say yes. I am saying yes. That discussion have taken place. And it hasn't taken place 3 weeks ago. It took place from January. Before Southland Gaming came before this body, that discussion took place, and there have been no movement. I'm calling a government house. I'm calling a government house to immediately execute the agreement to allow St. Croix to be able to move forward, and allow St. Thomas to be able to move forward. There have been discussion. There have been a proposal. The governor clearly said his legal counsel will work on it and have a document to VIGL within the next 3 weeks. Act on the document. Every day that they don't act, they're stopping horse racing in the Virgin Islands, playing games.
Senator.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. I'm sorry.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized before we wrap
Thank
up.
you. Apparently, I'm having a little bit of issue with my camera, so please forgive me. I just want to put on the record that it seems that when it comes to this horse racing situation, apparently one senator is privy to a whole lot of information, quite a bit of the rest of our colleagues were attempting to ascertain today. But apparently during a single dialogue, I have learned more in one dialogue than what the representative from VIGL was willing to even share with us throughout the entire day. Now, I think that is very disconcerting and very disrespectful. And that's my personal opinion. Because I came here with a genuine heart to fully understand and get information. But this seemed like personal or private information has been funneled to one entity that they now could come and grandstand on this Senate floor when the rest of us apparently is not aware of any of this information. I take very, very much exception to that. So I wanted to put that on the record that half of what was being discussed, I had no knowledge of. And whoever chooses, I have no problem with us subpoenaing these individuals to come before this body to guarantee that we get the information we need. As a member of this committee, I will support that 100%. Because at the end of the day, our job is to represent the people of this territory and to guarantee that the horsemen and women get the services they need. Thank you very much, Mr. Chief.
Please wrap up. You were acknowledged for your point of information. Well, horse racing is something that we're all passionate about, and it gets everyone stirred up. I believe here in St. Croix, when it comes to politics, horse racing, and religion, those are the three things that Virgin Islanders, I should say, were very passionate about. The lack of information and communication creates a lagoon of missing information, and it really upsets our community. And even us that sit here that have to represent this community, we have a responsibility. We are the voice, we are the representatives, so we need to know what's happening. Unfortunately, today, because of the lack of participation, the lack of presence of some of the individuals that were requested to be here present, we weren't able to really get the information that we wanted. And the purpose of this committee hearing today, unfortunately, wasn't achieved. We are going to have a follow-up meeting where we expect that testifiers come and be able to face this committee and face the people of the Virgin Islands and answer the questions that we have. We are going to be wrapping up today's session because I believe we have exhausted the questions that we have. Not that we don't have questions, but we can't get answers because we don't have individuals here. So I want to thank everyone for being present. I want to thank the testifiers that were here today. And I want to thank my colleagues, committee members and non-committee members for being present here. And of course, the people of the Virgin Islands for tuning in and being connected. Before we close, we are going to allow the testifiers to put in the record some closing remarks. We have a minute or two to go ahead. Who wants to start? Mr. Williams, you go ahead first.
All right. Senator, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I do want to make sure I clarify a couple of things as we close out here. I know it's been alluded to and it's been talked about with respect to us having a potential investor. That while that is correct, I just want to be, and I want to assure the horsemen and the community, potential investor or not, VIGL has the ability to fund this project. So I just want to put that to bed because some people seem to think that we don't have the financial wherewithal to complete this project. So whether there's an investor or not, VIGL has the ability to complete this project. for the Horsemen Association, a couple of things I'd like just to mention to them, because again, there's been a talk here about negotiating or having some discussion with the administration without the horsemen. Frankly speaking, the matters that we are discussing does not affect the horsemen. Or directly affect the horsemen. It doesn't, speak to anything having to do with the physical attributes of the things that I know that are important to the horsemen. Doesn't affect the purses for the horsemen or anything like that. So I just want to assure them of that. Continuing on with the horsemen, I do want to make sure I let them know that every single consultant that we've had here, VIGL has had here that has visited us, have remarked about how well the horsemen do take care of their horses here on the island. So that's a cool, and that's both St. Croix and St. Thomas. I need to make that clear. So I want to make sure that they, get recognized for that. Again, every consultant has been completely amazed. We talked about running surface, which again is, it's tied to negotiating and the agreement in itself. So it's not something that's separate and apart. And last but not least, I want to say to you, Senator, and your colleagues as a body, you guys have supported us. We look forward to continued support. I know these are challenging times. But you guys have supported us. We appreciate everything that the legislature has done for us, and we look forward to, continued talks and positive talks. Nothing wrong with criticizing. Constructive criticism is welcomed.
Thank you.
I thought someone said something. Yes, so I just want to make sure that I put that out there, and I want to let the community know. I know it's very frustrating. The senators are frustrated. The horsemen, you heard it today, they are frustrated. I am frustrated. I wish things could move along faster, but none of us asked. Again, none of us asked to be in this position. But I'm resilient, and I'm gonna continue to do everything I can to make sure that we can move this project positively.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Oh, say that one last thing. I was told that some people looking at this hearing seem to take some offense to the fact that I'm smiling, like so it appears to them like I don't take this situation serious. That is so far from the truth. I just simply have a approachable and jovial outlook, and that's who I am. Marcus, you're laughing. You know that. So, and I see Ms. Pickard over there. She knows me for years. That's me. It's not that I don't take anything serious. And Senator Vila, you know me for a long time too. So, I don't mean no disrespect to anyone, but that's just me, and that's who I am.
Very well.
Okay.
Ms. Furette from the St. Thomas Horsing Association, you're recognized to give some closing statements.
Thank you, Senator Carrion, for allowing the St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association to testify at this committee meeting today. And we pray going forward that the horsemen and women see some light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you for that. Gentlemen from the Flamboyant Horsemen Association, you both could say some closing remarks.
Yeah, well, in closing, I want to thank you, Mr. Carrion, for looking out all the time for the Horsemen Association. It's time for horse racing to get back. The Horsemen Association and the horsemen in the territory have been taken advantage of too long. We've lost the most for the last 6 years. We've been losing horses. We've been losing horsemen and horsewomen. All we've been doing is buying wreath and carrying to the funeral home. Maybe having horse race could have saved some of them people's lives. So it's time to cut all the backdoor deals out, get things rolling. We need horse race back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Good afternoon, Senator Carrion. Thanks once again for making the availability to have us here. while I internalize all the information being disseminated to us, you said that the word of the day is frustration. I'll have to disagree with you. The word of the day is parity. Now, we all have our different opinions about how the deal should have gone and what should have been done. But I like to deal with the facts as presented in front of us. When the original franchise agreement was enacted, they already spoke to separability. The franchise agreement only need one horse track to be up and enacted for it to be official. Now, when you speak about the separability being done and everything that VIGL did along with the help of the governor, that's null and void. As Mr. Knight said, it has overarching, reaching consequences to the economy of the Virgin Islands. We have created a welfare state. When you have children dying aimlessly who have been on the track, it speaks to the importance of having horse racing. You said in your opening remarks, it's the #1 sports tourism in the Virgin Islands. We speak about the youths, we speak about generating economic revenue, but here we have a track that mirrors Del Mar, where the surf meets the turf, and we can't get it together up to now. We hear different timelines, 4 years, 5 years, it's been 6 years since we had live horse racing here in the territory. You could imagine how expensive it is to feed a horse for 6 years. When we leave here today and we close the doors, Mr. Knight and myself have to go and feed a horse. There is no resolution, there is no good feeling when we leave here today, because it's the same ideology, the same reality that we're dealing with day in and day out. We tend to have politics infused into situations that shouldn't be. This deal was supposed to be dealt with 5 years ago. I am hopeful that now that we have these subjects on the record, for the record, that a level of sincerity, a level of pointed aggression will be had in rectifying these situations. When a bill such as 34024 is passed, these is the type of ramifications that happens. That bill had nothing to do with horse racing, and everybody knows that. So we can't sit here and be surprised that this is the fallout for passing of such a bill. But once again, I'd just like to thank you for allowing us this time to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch, for your words. They have been duly noted. And we reached to the end of today's hearing. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation stands adjourned.